Well, good morning, everybody. Happy Saturday and happy September. If you didn't know it, August is gone and we're already into September. As far as merchants are concerned, the folks that are trying to sell stuff, we're going to probably be seeing Christmas ads. As soon as we get to the September month, it seems ramping up for Christmas and the holidays. Get ready for it. We don't have a Sears catalog. We don't have some of the other catalogs where a lot of people would do their show, don't we? So you're looking at these two machines side by side, and you're probably saying, what's the deal? What's the deal? Well, I wanted to start out this live stream where I'm going to be showcasing Melonie's Merritt 1872 model. And one of the nice features of this machine, obviously, has a free arm, but as we look at a semi-vintage machine compared to a vintage Class 20 Viking machine, we can see that the free arms have changed a little bit over the decades. As we're looking at the size across here on the free arm for Melonie's machine, looking at a little bit over 3 inches, about and an eighth, I believe it would be. And when we get over to the Viking, we're looking at less than about a little bit less than 2.5 inches. So free arms change quite a bit as you're moving from one machine to another, as you're moving from one generation of machines to another. So it's one thing to consider as you are picking out your next sewing machine, whether it's a semi vintage or a vintage machine. If you're looking to do a lot of free arm type work and you're going to need a smaller clearance space, take that into consideration. I know that Alex from California, he and his wife are in a startup phase right now. They're going to be doing a startup phase company that focuses on clothing lines for preemie babies, if I remember correctly. Now, obviously, with preemie babies, you're dealing with tiny, tiny little, little kids, little girls, little boys, and if you're going to be doing clothing lines for them, you've really, really got to tighten up that free arm quite a bit to be able to accommodate the different sewing things you have to do with that clothing. So take that into consideration. Both fabulous machines, but the dimensional aspects of the free arm and certainly other features on the machines are something to consider as you're making a decision on acquiring your next machine. We always say, how many machines are enough? Just one more machine. All right, let me get this one out of the way. Well, I don't know if you probably didn't catch a glimpse of it, but I've got a special shirt on today. And you can see, let's see here. I think you can make it out if I get real close with the camera. And if you haven't cleaned your reading glasses yet, it says Annapolis. Annapolis, which obviously is in Maryland. And it's got something similar on the back. I don't know if I can show that on the back or not. But this was a special thank you gift. This cool shirt from Annapolis, Maryland was a special thank you gift from Emma's brother, Nestor. You might remember a couple of weeks ago, I presented a machine that Emma wanted to give to her brother as a birthday gift. And it was a Canadian made Singer machine, a model 185J. And since that machine arrived out in Annapolis, Maryland, where Emma's brother lives, he has put that machine to work like you wouldn't believe. Fixing clothing, fixing his golf bag. I believe he fixed a knapsack. Emma can probably speak to it much better than I can as far as what her brother has already put underneath the presser foot of that 185J that I prepared in the workshop at Emma's request to be sent to her brother as a special birthday gift. And Nestor was so tickled pink with this sewing machine and his sister's thoughtfulness. And he knew that I was a big part of that process in getting the machine ready and then packing it up very carefully and getting it all the way out to Maryland. He wanted to express his appreciation, not needed, but certainly very, very much appreciated. And I kidded with Nestor via text. I said, you understand that I'm going to be hanging this Annapolis shirt in the same closet that I hang my West Point shirt, and the Annapolis cadets and the West Point cadets don't always get along so well. So I kidded with him. I hope they play nice, because as soon as you get West Pointers, in the same room with Annapolis folks, there's all kinds of sparks that can fly. So, any rate, it's a real thoughtful gift. I'm very grateful for it. I also had another customer that brought a Singer in. I believe it was a Singer Model 8. It was an 800 series Singer. And there were a number of things going on with the machine. This customer, who's well along in years, had used that machine forever, and had gotten it, gotten it serviced recently. And but she really has worked. She really has worked her Singer machine harder than you would want to work this type of Singer machine that she has. It's got a lot of plastic gears in it, and she was sewing on it like it was a commercial machine. And so when I brought it into the workshop, I determined right away there were a number of gears that were busted on the machine, and it was going to be a costly repair. And there was certainly a number of other things going on with the machine as well. So I gave her my honest assessment of it, and I said, "This is how much I'm projecting this repair is going to cost." And I could supply you with another vintage machine that's going to be in a much better working state, that hasn't been worked as hard. What's the saying? Work it hard and put it away wet, or something like that. I think it's a Texas saying, where you really beat something to the ground and then you kind of put it away and you're hoping it'll work the next day. That's kind of what this customer had done with her sewing machine. And rather than you take advantage of her and bring it into the workshop and build a big bill up for her, I wanted to tell her up front what the cost was going to be. And she was so grateful. She and her husband brought me a special gift when they came to pick up the machine. And I'll show it to you real quick. I'll see if I can get it in the shot. I was kind of blown away by this gift because I really didn't know. I didn't know what it was at first. And they brought me this gift right here. Originally, according to the husband, this was basically, it had all kinds of German and swastikas on it and everything like that. So it must be a German plane. It must be a German plane that was used in World War II. And what you're supposed to do with this is, there's a little indentation. Where is it? There's a little indentation right here where you basically mount this to a block, or you could anchor it maybe to your balcony. You could anchor this plane to your balcony. And then when the wind catches it, it's got a real nice daisy wheel on the bottom with ball bearings. When the wind catches it, the plane naturally pivots in the direction of the wind. So when you're looking outside on your porch or something like that, you can tell straight away which way the wind is coming from. And then also, he said, when it's really a good wind, the propeller just spins like a Dickens. But he wanted me to have this because I treated his wife, honestly, I treated his wife with respect about the condition and the cost that it would be to get her machine back and working. And instead of her spending all that money, she can make a decision about whether she gets another vintage machine, or maybe acquires a machine from the workshop. But I thought this was the coolest thing. And I got a kick out of him saying there's no way that we were going to leave those German swastikas and stuff on the plane. So he repainted it and put some stars on there and other things. And I don't know much about planes, but this apparently is a World War II German plane of some sort. So, but it's really cool. It's really, really cool. I've gotten so many gifts over the years from folks that I've had contact with. This will be probably on the list of one of the most unique gifts I've ever gotten. Really cool. Okay. So let me start by saying the Merritt sewing machine line is probably one of the most difficult lines of sewing machines to trace. It's incredibly tricky to trace it because Singer made a number of different phases of production of Merritt sewing machines, all of them kind of like with Kenmore lines, all of them with different model numbers, all of them made in different periods of time. And so when it comes to finding parts for these Merritts, It's one of the toughest machines to find parts for because they made so many changes in the different Merritt lines that they did over the years. Now, where does the name Merritt come from? Does anyone know the significance of the name Merritt in relation to Singer sewing machines? Type it in the live chat if you do. And in the meantime, I'll show you the front of this machine. You can get a good glimpse of it. Straight zigzag machine. Very, very simple to operate. And the other thing I'll tell you about this particular line of Merritt machine, it's a model 1872. This particular machine would not have been able to be made had not three countries come together to do it. Three countries had a hand in making this particular model that Melonie got as a gift back in the day. And I had asked Melonie, I said, if you remember the specific year that you got the machine as a gift, shoot me a text message before the live stream. It's been long enough ago. I didn't get a text back, and that's no problem at all. Some of you might during the live stream be able to do some additional research on this model 1872 and pinpoint more specifically the bracket year that this machine may have been made. I've got my own hunch as to when it was made, but I'm going to hold that back and allow all of you to do a little bit of digging during the live stream. Now, let me start by asking you if you know, because we've had a similar machine like this before that had a trinity of countries that were involved in the production of the machine. And this was not unusual for Singer at all to start a machine over here. And then as it was migrating to the point that eventually was going to be marketed and sold, that machine would finally receive its final touches. And then that machine would be sent out to the various Singer sewing centers, and other places that it would be marketed and sold. So they had different phases of production that sometimes would span thousands of miles between Kilbowie, Scotland, and Canada near St. John's, and eventually all the way, it would circle back sometimes all the way back to Elizabethport, New Jersey. And that was Singer's way of producing machines and phasing machines. Is they would start here with the body, they would do the decaling there, they would add different appointments to the machine, they would add a motor, and then they would just kind of migrate across their different production plants and finally have a finished machine that they could then offer for sale. That's kind of the way this model 1872 was produced. There were three different countries involved. Anyone want to guess as to what those three countries are? Any guess at all as far as the three countries that had a hand in producing this model 1872 that Melonie got as a gift? Type it in the live chat if you know. The other thing I'll ask you is, when eventually that motor for this machine was put on in that country that was about 5,000 miles away from the country where the rest of the machine was assembled and manufactured, what kind of motor, what size engine is on Melonie's machine? And then we'll look at the side and we'll learn how to do a calculation, because on this motor, on the nomenclature data plate, it does not give us the amperage rating for this motor, but we're able to do a calculation to figure it out. But if you want to guess size of the motor and then what three countries had a hand in producing this Merritt 1872, go ahead and type it in the live chat, and that would be super cool to see if anyone can nail it. But a great little machine, and it served Melonie for decades now without any issues until we encountered this right here. Ha-ha! Yeah. All right, let me set the camera down, and I'm hoping we don't have any technical issues today. Knock on wood. Hopefully we don't have any technical issues today. Turn this while I'm doing a couple things. I'll turn Melonie's machine sideways a little bit so you can admire the beautiful and the beautiful simplicity of this model 1872. Such a neat layout on the machine for a sewist that doesn't want to deal with all the bells and whistles, but wants to have access to that zigzag and wants a nice, powerful machine that also has this really cool little bed you can throw on as well and a hiccup so that you can have extra workspace as well. All right, let me get this back on. See if I can put this on and make it look easy. Aha! There we go. All right, let me look at the live chat and I'll say some good mornings at the same time. And also, I'm going to be talking about these foot controllers a little bit in relation to this machine. So start to focus on those a little bit and see what you think. All right, I'm gonna scroll all the way to the top and say some good mornings, and then also see if anyone is jumping in as far as motor size, and then also the 3 countries that had a hand in producing this Singer Merritt 1872 model. Well, first of all, good morning to Susie from Minnesota. Good morning to Susie from Minnesota. And I had to be naughty this morning as I was clicking through the different screens after initially there was an issue with the camera would not par to the computer. So I had to reboot everything. But once I got everything fired up, I started going through all the screens to get the live stream set up. And when I got to the screen where I knew that Susie would be able to see the live chat and she was going to pounce to get that first hello in, I quickly did my little emoji again and I beat her by about a microsecond. And she typed in gotcha or something like that. I think she thought she had beat me, but I beat her by less than a second. Less than a second, I was able to get that emoji. But what's a big deal? That's not bragging rights because she typed in good morning, a lot more letters and a simple emoji. Almost beat me anyway. So she is faster than a hiccup when it comes to getting into these live streams. And if anyone ever beats her other than me, as I'm quickly setting things up and I'm able to, know when I can click that in. If anyone beats Susie, I said this before, if you get into the classroom and you post something in the live chat before Susie on any live stream, I'm going to send you something special because that's a major accomplishment, in my opinion. Major accomplishment. All right. Good morning also to Emma from Florida, who just got done weathering the storm of that hurricane. Thankfully, the hurricane that just passed through Florida and affected a lot of other states as well was a little bit more mild than the previous one that hit Florida. So I think that they, all in all, they fared pretty well with this storm. And Emma and all of our other family members, the Cow Country family members that live in Florida, I believe are doing great. They're fine. They're safe. So that's great news. That's great news. Good morning also to Candido from New York. Great to have Candido and Rachel, his lovely wife, here from the great state of New York. And I don't know if New York was affected at all by that hurricane or by the tropical storm. They're close enough to the coast. Candido can speak to that if they saw any influence or any impact from that hurricane that just passed through that area. Good morning also to Tim, who is Teresa's husband. I just discovered that in the last live stream. Great to have Tim here as well as part of this live stream this morning. Good morning to Suzanne Coulter as well. Suzanne has been to the workshop. She's brought machines here. Really a beautiful person and a valued part of our family. So it's great to have Suzanne in the live stream this morning as well. Good morning to Kathy King also. Great to have Kathy as a part of the live stream. A very faithful follower of what the Cow Country family is doing and a frequent, nearly every single time, Kathy will make the live stream. So I really appreciate her enthusiasm and her dedication to being a part of these live streams. Good morning also to Tim's wife, Teresa, a new part of the leadership team. Great to have Teresa here. And she just received the other double eye needles that I sent her, along with a bag of treats. I showed that to you in the last live stream. I had a pretty good sized bag of treats that I sent to Teresa for her puppy, and treats to Bill out in Minnesota. Well, Teresa was surprised and shocked. Apparently, her pit bull Rutger is a little bit finicky when it comes to dog treats. I'm going to come to the shot real quick. Rutger apparently is a little bit finicky when it comes to dog treats. He turns down practically everything. You can put pretty much anything in front of Rutger, and unless it's got cheese in it or something like that, he's always said, no way, don't want it, no thanks. But Teresa popped open that bag of the treats that I sent with her double eye needles, and right away, Rutger said, oh yeah, I like these. I like these. And Teresa left the treats up on the counter somewhere where she thought that they were safe. And she went over, I think, to visit with a neighbor. She went over to say hello to her neighbor and be neighborly and that sort of thing. Just left the house for a little bit of time. Only left the house for a little bit of time. And in that little window of time of her leaving, and this is something she said, Rutgers never does this. He's a good boy. He's not a naughty boy that steals things or grabs things off the counter or something like that. He's a good boy. But while Teresa was gone for just a few minutes, Rutger decided that those treats that came from the workshop were so tempting, he couldn't help himself. He couldn't help himself. And by the time she got back from a brief visit with the neighbors, she comes back in, the bag was most likely on the floor, completely empty. Completely empty. Every single treat was gone. And she said, we can't find anything that he likes, but he likes treats. And so I told her where I got them. And I said, if you can't find them, I'll purchase them for you and I'll send them to you. So Rutgers has, a good supply of these treats he really likes. And I understand why he likes them. They've got a really rich, kind of a smoky barbecue smell to them. And just like human beings eat with their eyes, and usually people don't make it real prominent, but if you're at a restaurant or something like that, you notice the smell of the food, and that's part of what it entices your palate. It gets you excited about what you're going to be eating. Even as the food is coming to the table, if you can smell it, it's like, oh yeah, come to Papa, come to Papa. And anyway, I thought it was a hilarious story. And at first, I didn't quite follow it. I thought that he had just gotten into something. And she said, no, 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 no. The treats that you sent, they're all gone. The whole bag. Rutger stole them off the counter or something. And by the time I circle back in a few minutes, boom, done. So I don't know if Bill is going to share a similar story about Nora out in Minnesota, where Nora also, because I've never sent these treats to Bill, Lisa, and Nora out in Minnesota before. I sent him just a dog biscuit the last time for Nora. And Nora, as you know, I think if you follow things on Facebook, Nora, their dog, a pointer, just had her first birthday I posted something on Facebook with Bill's daughter Lisa cradling and holding that puppy up. Just a beautiful shot. You got to check it out. But we'll find out if Nora was also intoxicated by these treats and they're all gone. So I don't know. Maybe they put something in these treats. I don't know. I'll have to get another bag. And Hank doesn't. It's not like catnip. It's not like catnip. If I give him the Hank, which I do whenever he comes in from being in the backyard, um, he just eats them and yeah, thanks. So I don't think there's any catnip or the equivalent of a dog nip in there or anything like that. But maybe you remember originally. Maybe you don't know this, but originally when they were making Coca-Cola, does anyone know what they actually had in the Coke, the drinking beverages? What did they put in the Coke back in the day that got people hooked on it? You guys remember this? It's real. It's really true. They got caught doing it and no apologies. I think they just like, well, whatever. It's working. We're selling a lot of Coke. What did they used to put in Coca-Cola products? It was the equivalent of catnip or dog nip for people. It really got people addicted to Coca-Cola. So if you know that, that's a bonus question for you. All right, I got a text message from Susie. Let me take a quick look. Oh, wait a second. Susie said she did beat me. Susie beat me. Oh, doggone it. Really? What? What? No way. Aha! Oh my gosh. How did you do that? No, I'm looking at Susie. I'm looking at the live chat, dear. I'm looking at the live chat, Susie, and look at the funny little fuchsia hand. The fuchsia hand is my emoji, and that's the first thing in the live chat today is that little fuchsia hand that I threw in there real quick, and then you popped in right after that. Unless I'm missing something, I beat you just by a little bit, dear. I think I beat you just by a little bit, maybe. Let me check again. Well, any rate, it doesn't matter. So, I think I was the first in the classroom today, but if not, I was the second. So if Susie beat me fair and square, then I guess I didn't. I guess I didn't win. But I thought my little my fuchsia hand emoji, was the first in the classroom. So, any rate, Susie and I were the first ones in the classroom, regardless. And it wasn't. I'd love to click this and say it's easy to beat Susie.
That was easy.
It's not easy to beat Susie in the classroom. I think I've only done it once. And if I did it today, then it would be the second time. Otherwise, she's always first. All right, who else do we have? Yeah, cocaine. Tim typed it in. They used to put cocaine in Coca-Cola products to get people hooked so that they kept going back and buying more and more Coke, not knowing why until it was revealed that Coca-Cola had been putting either cocaine or codeine or something like that. Somebody fact check it, would you? Fact check it if it was cocaine or codeine or something addictive. And I know Emma's a pharmacist. Maybe Emma can help us fact check what was that stuff that they were putting in Coca-Cola. It started with a C. I think Tim is right. It was cocaine, codeine, something they were putting in Coca-Cola to get people addicted to that product. Yeah, they were. Naughty Coca-Cola. Naughty Coca-Cola. Yeah. All right, who else do we have? Oh, good morning to Bill Messick Group from Minnesota. Hopefully Bill got the double eye needles and also the doggy treats for Nora. And hopefully Nora didn't eat the whole bag like Rutger did. But if she did, I've got more where those come from. So just let me know. All right, who else do we have? I think that's it. We don't have a lot of live chat going on yet. We don't have a lot of live chat going on yet. So I think I've greeted everybody. I hope I have. I don't think I missed anybody. But if I did, please pop up and make yourself known. And if you're in the shadows right now, consider stepping out into the live chat and introduce yourself. Get to know the family. Let the family get a chance to know you, and you can share whatever you want to share. No one's going to pressure you, but we always love to know who's in the audience. It's kind of fun to know who's in the audience and be able to make them feel welcome. That's really our goal, is to make folks feel welcome. All right, I'm going to quickly check messages. Now Susie's got me curious if I was the first in the classroom or not. I thought I was, but it doesn't matter. When one family member wins, all family members win, so it's all good. It's all good. Also, if any of you, we talk a lot about our pets. We talk a lot about our dogs, our cats, our birds, our fish, and everything else. And late last night, I posted a little video clip of me doing house cleaning. And while I'm doing house cleaning, I showed a snapshot, or I showed in the video, I showed Hank that I talked. And you might remember the last fundraiser that we did, the Humane Society. It was built around Hank. Matter of fact, we called it Heroes for Hank. So if you don't do Facebook, I'll just real quick give you a glimpse of Hank so you can appreciate what a cutie pie he is.
I can't play right now. I'm doing housework. See how good the windows look? Yeah.
See if I can get this.
So good. I have to do this side now. No, pal, I can't play right now. I'm doing housework. See how good the windows look?
At any rate, that's Hank. I'm not doing such a good job of showing it, but our pets, we might as well just call them our family members. Our family members are so doggone important to us, aren't they? Are so important to us. And when we're involved in a tight-knit group like this with a cow country family, inevitably we learn about not just the individual, but we learn about all the other significant people in their lives. And that oftentimes are the fur babies, pod friends that we have that are a part of that person's life. And I know that recently, and I'm doing a quick check on our audio and video. I hope I'm not. Hold on one second. Testing 1 2 3. Testing.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Test.
Testing 1 2. Test.
So we seem to be we're lagging a little bit, which I hope is not an indication of my 5G network.
We seem to be we're lagging a little bit, which I hope is not an indication of my 5G network.
All right. Yeah. I'm going to turn the volume down now. But we get to know those individuals that are part of the family, just like Bill's family in Minnesota. We've gotten to know his daughter a little bit, Lisa, and we've gotten to know Nora. And now as we gotten to know Teresa more, and she's joined the leadership team, we've gotten to know her husband, Tim, and their puppy, Rutger, naughty Rutger, who loves barbecue treats, apparently, or whatever those things are. I told Teresa when she shared that story, I said, Rutger is going to have the most beautiful coat and fur of any dog in the neighborhood, because those treats that I sent to Bill and to Teresa are specifically to help the dog to have a shiny, beautiful coat. So watch for Rutger. He is going to be like the envy of all the other dogs in the neighborhood. Big time. All right. Let me see here. Doing a couple other quick checks real quick. And I'll keep looking at the information that y'all have typed into the live chat. I don't know if any of you got the answer or not, but I will try to remember to give you the answer to the questions that I asked. I'm just doing a couple other checks real quick on the phone before I set it down and try to ignore it. So with regard to the question I asked, this is obviously a Singer Merritt 1872. The significance of the name Merritt, if no one got it, I looked at the chat a little bit as I was scrolling down to say good mornings, and I don't think anyone answered the question. But if they did, then they deserve credit, not me. But if they didn't, the significance of the name Merritt is it's the middle name of the founder of the Singer Sewing Machine Company, Isaac Merritt Singer. And that's why this name has significance in the Singer sewing machines, because it actually carries the founder's name, unlike a lot of the other machine model subclasses that are just, Futura and other things like that that really have nothing to do with the founder other than obviously the founder's last name is the brand. But these machines that were actually branded with the founder's middle name, I think are fairly significant as far as their lineage to the great Singer sewing machine company that was founded only a couple decades before the model number for this machine, 1851 versus 1872. Does anyone remember with regard to 1872? Does anyone remember the significance of that year with relation to two other sewing machine companies and their founding? Does anyone remember those two companies that were founded in 1872? Just curious if anyone. I've covered it in class several times, but I'm not sure if y'all remember that or not. Not Bernina. Nope, not Bernina. That's a great guess, Susie. Bernina is a great guess. Oh, and I see we have our owner in the live stream as well. You see that name that says Melonie? That's the owner of this model 1872 by Singer. Great to have Melonie here. And so the two companies, not FOF either. That's a great guess, Alex. Alex again is out in California. His screen name is Al Koss, and FOF is a great guess. Again, that company that started with a founder that made musical instruments, but it's not FOF either. The two companies that have a date of inception, a date of establishment of 1872 is our beloved Husqvarna out of Sweden. Husqvarna was founded in 1872, and their first machine rolling out of the factory was the Northern Star that was made as that very first machine after they converted it over from being a drilling and a grinding plant for musket barrels. Again, the roots of Husqvarna from Sweden goes back further than any sewing machine company in the world. Their roots go all the way back to the 1600s when they had that original factory established by a king's decree. And that's why when you look at the Swedish beauties, you'll always see they have a royal crest on them. That royal crest is pointing to the fact that their roots, their founding was because a king, the king of Sweden, declared and decreed a drilling and a grinding plant that back in the day was making musket barrels for wartime. And then when there was no longer a big demand for musket barrels, they converted the factory over and they started making sewing machines in 1872. The other company that also is known for having a founding date of 1872 is Montgomery Ward. Montgomery Ward is a machine that was almost as prominent in households as Kenmore's back in the day. And But they also had roots that went back as far as that Swedish company of Husqvarna. So whenever I see the date of 1872, it immediately triggers bells and whistles because of what a significant year that was for a variety of reasons. A variety of reasons. A couple other checks real quick on the phone, and then I'm gonna go through and see if I need to say any quick good mornings before we jump into this great machine. Yeah, I don't think we can survive very easily without our sewing machines. And the same thing is true of our phones, isn't it? Our phones tether us to technology, and we find ourselves almost feeling naked if we go out of the house and we somehow forget our phone. If we go next door to the neighbor and our phone is on the counter in the kitchen, we almost feel an urgency to go back and grab it because we're missing something. And I think in a more positive, healthy way, we're tethered to our sewing machines, but it's not in a bondage sense like it is with our phones. Our phones are just sometimes controlling our lives, but sewing, that release and that peace and that happy place, as a lot of you refer to it, when we sit down to those machines and they're doing what we want them to do. That's the big deal, isn't it? Okay, well, I'm going to put my phone down and ignore it now unless I get a text message during the live stream. All right, let me see if there's anyone else that I want to say hello to real quick. Let's see here. I'm going to scroll up and down real quick. Oh, good morning to Joel as well. I didn't see Joel. I think when I went through the first time, Joel is also, like Alex, is from the great state of California. Good morning to Joel. Good morning also to Jenny, part of our leadership team. Great to have Jenny here. Jenny's been a real busy gal and has had to sometimes catch the live streams on the rewind because she's been engaged in other things. So it's great to have her as part of the live stream today on a very busy Saturday. Still scrolling through, still scrolling. Oh, good morning also to Renee. Renee is a local gal, a dear friend, and always great to have Renee here as well. And also, I already greeted her, but it's always great to have an owner present. It's great to have Melonie here. So by all means, try to get to know her a little bit and find out more about her sewing, the type of sewing that she does, etc. And that way we have a good idea of how this Merritt 1872 is going to be put back to work when she picks this machine up on Labor Day on Monday. We're actually going to meet on Monday and get this machine back to her in case she has any projects that she wants to jump into. Okay, I think I've scrolled all the way down, so I've said good morning to everybody that I can see. And if you're in the shadows, we also want you to make you feel, we want to make you feel like you're welcome. We're so glad that you're here. We're so honored to have you as part of our live stream, and hope as you grow more comfortable that you'll consider stepping out and the live chat, giving us the privilege and honor of getting to know you and learning a little bit more about the type of sewing you're doing, and also finding out where you're from. We don't want your address. We don't want your address, but if you're willing to share what state you're from, what country you're from, that would be totally awesome. We would love to learn a little bit more, because we do have an international family, don't we, at Cow Country? We have people from around the globe, and based on the analytics that I can see on YouTube that tell me where are people watching videos, where are they joining live streams, etc., we have about 126 countries that follow and watch videos on YouTube at any given time, and almost 180,000 visits each month to the YouTube channel. It's really kind of wild and crazy to know that there's that many people interested in what we're doing, including prominent companies like Schmetz Needle and Brothers Sewing Machine Company and Husqvarna and Singer, and the list goes on of major companies that have started following what we're doing on Facebook and on YouTube. It really is humbling for me, because I just see us as getting together to hang out and to celebrate these great machines and to learn together. Like I said, I'm not a person that, is at the front of the class like some of those teachers you've had in the past that want to loom over you and show you how smart they are and how dumb you are. That's not our culture in our classroom at all. Our culture in our classroom is we're all fellow students and we're all fellow teachers. We're all fellow students, we're all fellow teachers, and we can all learn from each other. I learned from all of you, just like you learned from me, and that's what I think gives our classroom such a great excitement when we come together, is because we're going to learn something, and we also have the freedom to share as well. And no one's going to take offense. No one's going to take offense to that. Very cool. All right. Let's see. Okay, so I didn't see anybody answer the questions that I threw out there. So the three, and if I forget to answer any of the questions I asked, would somebody text me? Somebody text me if I forget to provide an answer to one of the questions I asked you all, because I do that sometimes. I'll throw a question out and then I forget to provide the answer. So let me know if I do that. But the significance of Melonie's 1872 model Singer is there was actually a Trinity partnership between three countries that made this machine possible: the United States, Brazil, and also France. The design for the machine, the design and the engineering of the machine came from the United States, Elizabethport, New Jersey. That was where the engineers, just like Emma's brother that gave me this really cool shirt. Emma's brother is a retired engineer, worked in some very high positions in government, doing his engineering type work. The engineers in the United States were really the brainchilds of coming up with these designs for the machines. And then those plans, the schematics, all that sort of stuff was rolled out to these factories across the globe. And then they would use those plans, those engineering designs and everything to create these machines in those production plants around the world. So the United States came up with the idea, the design, and then the body of this machine, the body, the cast machine, the cast metal, the layout, the plastic, the cover, the whole shebang. Just think of it as the skin and the mechanics of the machine were made in Brazil. And then finally, this machine moved over 5,000 miles from Brazil to France, where they put on the motor that's on the rear of the machine. So the planning started in the United States, the building of the machine started in Brazil, and then the machine finally got its engine, its motor in the great country of France. So this is almost like a United Nations machine. It's almost like a United Nations machine in that it would not have been possible to make this machine had not all three of those countries cooperated, and collaborated together. They had to cooperate and collaborate together, possible. And I see I've got a text message from Susie. That's Susie's notification. What do we have? Let's see. What? 533? Hold on a second. 551? 551 people right now are in this live stream checking out Melonie's machine, saying, what kind of machine does that gal from Wisconsin sew on? And I'll share a little secret with all of you. If you're good at keeping secrets, I hope you are. The significance of Melonie and how we met is that I actually know her son. Her son is Austin. Austin's partner is Cassidy. We live in a smaller community, greater community around here. And so everybody gets to know everybody. If you ever lived in a small town or a small cluster of towns, you know that everybody knows everything about everybody else. There's no real big secrets that can be kept because everyone knows everybody else's business. But in a positive way, you get to know people, you become friends with them. And I got to know Austin, Melonie's son, because of Jose, that has the detailing shop right across from the workshop. I've talked about Jose. In fact, when we ended the fundraiser for the Oconto Area Humane Society, we raised about $6,400 for the Humane Society right in the middle of the pandemic. And when I went to draw that final name out with the golden ticket thing so that we could determine the grand prize winner, I did it at Jose's shop, and his little boy, Roman, pulled the name out of the hat so that winner could be identified. So it shows you smaller communities, you get to share people's lives, you get to know them, and getting to know Jose over the years has allowed me to meet other people that are significant in his life. And so I got to know Jose, and then Jose introduced me to his lovely partner, Melissa. And then at a Flag Day parade, everyone knew that I was to list my house for sale. Everyone knew about that locally. Again, you can't keep secrets. They knew that my house was going to be going on the market, and I'd shared that with Jose. And at that Flag Day ceremony thing that we did in our little town here in Oconto, Melissa walked up and she said, "Hey, Scott, do you mind if I ask a favor of you?" I said, "No, of course." She said, "My brother, Austin, is looking for a house. And from what you've shared, you've got a beautiful home. Would you be willing to give him a sneak peek of it?" And his partner, Cassidy, I said, "Of course I would." We walked over. Actually, we planned it, and then they walked over and they had a chance to walk through. And right away, Melonie's son, Austin, and Cassidy literally said they fell in love with the house. Nice open kitchen, and just the overall lay of the house. It's a huge home. I love space. It's got a huge home, oversized garage, a whole shebang. Anyway, I don't want to go down too many rabbit holes, but to say that sometime after they had a chance to walk through the house in that, and then eventually it was on the market, etc. I got a message through Facebook, discovered that it was Austin's mom who needed help with this machine, and we met for the first time. And as I shared with some of the locals who know, they know the families around here and everything, I shared Austin's mom reached out about this 1872 Merritt. It had some issues going on with it, and I was able to meet her and then get the machine fixed after I got parts for it and all that. And when she came over initially to drop the machine off, I asked her coyly, because I know how moms are. All of us know how moms are, right? They want to make sure that their kids are going to be in a good situation. So we drop off the machine, we look at the machine, we're down in the workshop, we visit a little bit, we chit chat a little bit. And then I say to her, I said, you wouldn't have time or be interested maybe in taking a peek at the house that your son is interested in buying, Art, would you? And she said, oh, yes, I would. Yes, I would. Ha ha! And so it was kind of funny. I had done some improvements in the house, laid down a beautiful solid core wood floor in the kitchen, and did a number of other improvements to the house. Austin and his partner Cassidy had not even seen the house after the improvements, but mom did. And so mom then, Melonie, had a chance to go back to the family and go, la 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 la. Guess what? Scott took me through the house and I saw all the improvements, and she already had her wheels spinning. And Cassidy and her got together, and they're just like bees in a beehive going, and they got plans. And I kiddingly said to Austin, through Jose, I said, "You realize who's in charge, right? Realize who's in charge. These ladies are going to steer the boat, and that's good because ladies have such brilliant ideas when it comes to taking a house and making it a home. Don't you agree? Women have a God-given gift to take a house and to make it a home. And I think that's such a blessing if the men are willing to take a step back, and chime in when appropriate, But if the ladies are allowed to, go in there and do their magic, that house that is, just materials, all of a sudden gets that warmth and that charm and that beauty that only ladies can bring. I'm convinced of that. I really, truly am. I think it's a God given gift. So, at any rate, there are the significant ties of living in a smaller community, a smaller town. You get to know each other. And that's how I got to know Melonie by way of Jose and Austin, her son, and Cassidy, and the whole gang, Melissa. So kind of exciting for uh, for Monday to come, and for Melonie to be able to come here and pick a machine, knowing that if everything turns out as it should, as we hope it will, if everything turns out as it should and as we hope it will, Melonie's going to be spending a lot of time in this house and in this area that I make as my residence and my workshop. She's going to be in here all the time with her son and with, I'm going to be really presumptuous here, with her future daughter-in-law, and mom is going to be here all the time. So it's kind of cool for her to have this initial glimpse of what's going to be stomping ground for that family, and then with it in such close proximity to Austin's sister as the partner of Jose that runs the detailing shop. They're going to be able to walk across the street literally if everything works out as we hope. And they're going to be able to have barbecues on weekends like this that are holidays and everything else. It's just going to be a wonderful, wonderful situation. And again, not all the T's are crossed yet, not all the I's are dotted, but we're hoping that everything works out and that becomes a possibility. That would really be a blessing for this family. It'd be a blessing for Austin and Cassidy. It'd be a blessing for Melonie and her husband Scott, and all the other folks that are part of that family fold, to be able to come here and this to be a place to gather for the holidays and everything. And for me to know that there's this wonderful group of individuals, this family, that are continuing to build on the great things that have happened at this location. So isn't that fun? Isn't that cool? It's cool. And I hope that Melonie doesn't mind me sharing all that. I think that it even deepens the significance more of coming together today to celebrate this machine that was a gift to her back in the day. So and a gift that again took three countries to produce. Three countries. Now, as far as the motor, I'm going to teach you a little bit of math today, which is borderline terrifying, because most of you know, I am not a mathematician. I turn to my leadership team all the time if I'm dealing with math and I say, hey, can you guys fact check this? Better yet, can you give me the answer? Can I look at your paper? Can I look at your paper and copy down the answers? Because I'm not a mathematician. I never have been, never will be. But we got to do a little bit of math to determine the amperage on Melonie's machine. And I'm going to do my best to bring the camera over and show you where that data is, and then give you some pointers on how to calculate it so we can know what size motor was built in France to go on this machine that was conceived in America and built in Brazil. That's a mouthful. That's a mouthful right there. That's really a mouthful. So look at this data plate. I'm going to see if I can give you a good shot of it. I hope you can see that. I think you can see that. So the way you can do a conversion very, very easily is you look at the watts, which in this case I believe is 80 watts, 880 watts, 80 watts. And then you look at the voltage, which on the side of this is 125. You divide 80 watts into 125 volts, and that gives you the amperage. So again, you look at the watts, which is 80, you divide that into the voltage, which is 125, and that will give you the amperage. So if you want to do that calculation and the first one that gets the answer that they believe is correct, go ahead and type that into the live chat so that we know what size engine Melonie's machine has. So we know what size engine Melonie's machine has. And again, this engine would have been made in France. The body of the machine would have been made in Brazil. And the concept of the machine to build it was made in America. Okay. So I'm going to look and see if anyone has the answer. Nope, not 1.5, not 1.5. It's going to be less than that. Again, you're going to divide 80 watts into 25 volts. You could do the same thing with any motor, even if it's a European motor. You can try to do a calculation by looking at the wattage and then divide that into the voltage of, wherever it is from Europe. It might be 250, it might be 230, it might be 220. Hard to say, because there is varying voltage across the European marketplace. Well, I will do it for you on my phone, and I'll show you. I will try to show you. Okay, so we've got a calculator. Let me move that all the way. So we're going to take 80. I got this open so I can monitor the live stream. Let me close that temporarily. So we have 80 divided into 125. So when we divide 80 into 125, we're going to get right around 0.64. So this is going to have approximately 0.6 of an amp motor from France. And if it's peaking, motors when they're running, they're going to peak to a certain level, a little bit above that, almost like a tachometer on a car. If you rev a car, you can get that those RPMs to go up well beyond the normal operating range. When this motor is peaking, it's going to be putting out right around 0.7 amps, right around 0.7 amps. But it's going to be the actual rating when you take 80 divided into 125. I think it's 120. Oh, I said 125. I apologize. I'm looking at the side of the machine now. Oops. It's 120. I didn't know why I was thinking 125. Some of you are probably saying, what the heck? Okay, let me try that again. So 80 divided into 120. So 80 is the watts, 120 is the voltage, and that's going to give us 0.667. If you round it up, 0.667 as far as the amperage. So if you ever get a machine that doesn't have the amperage reveal, but it has the watts and you know the voltage of, like on this one, 120 volts, you just divide the watts into the voltage and that'll tell you what the amperage rating is. So yeah, we're right at about 0.67 on Melonie's machine, which is going to be the same voltage. It's actually going to be a little bit higher as far as the amperage is what I meant to say. It's going to be a little bit higher in the amperage than say a 201-2 or a 1591 or most any of the other Singer machines. The French gave it a little bit more boost than the other machines that are going to be typically rated at 0.54, 0.5, 0.6, kind of like the potted machines. The 201-2, the 1591 are going to be rated either at 0.5 or 0.6. Melonie's machine is rated just a little bit higher than that at 0.67 if you round it up. So it's going to have just a little bit more power than some of those other Singer machines out there. Just a little bit more power. And as we always say, when you're dealing with the motor on a machine, you've got to make sure that that foot controller is compatible. The foot controller is the gateway for that machine motor. When you plug in that machine, the first place the electricity goes is to that foot controller. And then it's distributed from the foot controller out to the machine, to the light, and also to the motor. So if that foot controller isn't rated high enough, it's going to get overheating as the demands of the light and also the motor call for that electricity. So you got to make sure that they're compatible. Generally, you want the foot controller to be rated higher. And on Melonie's foot controller, I'll just show you. Because of the level of use, and maybe someone also was cleaning the outside of the outside of the foot controller at some point, and it took the ink off where it would have given us the rating of this foot controller. It's something that we can't read right now, but I know that this is the appropriate foot controller for this machine in relation to the motor. So I know that it's going to be suitable for that. But when you're looking at this style of foot controller, they also made these in Canada, whereas this one would be rated at about 0.75 amps. So it's going to be more than powerful enough to supply the motor and the light. There were other versions of this foot controller that were made in Canada for other Singer machines that is rated considerably higher. I'll show you an example of that. This foot controller right here, which is labeled electronic. It's labeled electronic, but it's the same style. It's got not exactly. It's got a similar plug-in to Melonie's machine. It's got a couple of additional points on it. But this particular foot controller, if you can see it in the shot, I'll get it real close, was made in Canada. And if someone wants it, if they can read it, tell me what the amperage rating is on this foot controller on a Canada. You'll see that it's very, very different from a 0.75 rated foot controller. Can anyone read that? If you can read what the amperage rating is on this Canadian foot controller, that's very similar to Melonie's. Go ahead and type it in the live chat if you would. Yeah, exactly right. 1.2 amps. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's almost twice the amperage tolerance of what Melonie's machine would need, with her motor being rated right at about 0.67. So always take a second look. If you acquire a new vintage machine, always take a second look at that foot controller, because it might look identical to a foot controller you already have, or nearly identical, but the ratings on it might be very, very, very different, either on the higher end, which is never a problem with the foot controller. If it's rated considerably higher, that's okay. but it might also be considerably lower in its rating. And if you have a larger motor on that vintage machine, that could pose a problem. So always double check the ratings on your motor, on your engine. Double check the ratings on the foot controller, and always remember, when everything is said and done, that foot controller needs to be able to have more amperage tolerance than the motor. It's got to be able to tolerate that electricity because it acts as the gateway for the machine. Everything starts here, and then it goes out to the machine to supply the light and to supply the motor. Okay, so be real careful. And you can see, I mean, these are both Singer foot controllers for Singer household sewing machines. This one, does anyone know the amperage rating on a standard Bakelite foot controller? What is this one rated at compared to this one that we already know is rated at 1.2? Does anyone know the rating on this Bakelite one that's used in everything from the Rolls-Royce of Singers, the 201-2, to the Featherweight, to the Slantomatics? This is a very popular foot controller that Singer used on a multitude of machines, So if anyone knows the amperage rating on this, type it in the live chat, and then I'll share the back of it so you can see it for confirmation. All right, I'll show it to you right now so we can move forward with Melonie's machine. And Emma nailed it. Emma nailed it. Even before I showed, even before the foot controller was in focus, Emma already jumped in and said 0.7 amps. And she's absolutely right. You can see that. So we can use this foot controller with any sewing machine, even if it's not a Singer sewing machine, as long as that motor is rated below 0.7 amps. As long as that motor is rated below 0.7 amps, you can use this foot controller with that machine. If it's rated above that, you don't want to use it because then what's going to happen is this foot controller is going to overheat. And we've seen that happen on this channel a couple times where I've shown you with my heat gun, even an electronic foot controller that's supposed to be more immune to overheating. If that motor is demanding too much in conjunction with the lighting system, it's going to cause that foot controller to overheat. So just be aware of that. That's a real thing. And in the most extreme circumstances, it could cause a fire. So be real careful. All right, I'm going to get a quick drink of water because I've been blah, blah, blahing. I'm out of Diet Coke. Isn't that a hoot? I'm out of Diet Coke right now. And when Diana came to the workshop yesterday, drove 5.5 hours from up somewhere near Lake Superior. I call her Princess Diana. Princess Diana drove 5.5, almost 6 hours to come to the workshop yesterday to pick up her machines, the 21E and then also the Rocketeer. And when she came to the workshop, I just totally lost my train of thought. It's one of those days. It's been a crazy week. I don't even remember what I was going to say. Oh my gosh. Anyway, let's get into this machine. I'll see if I can remember what I was going to say in relation to that. Picking up the machines, blah, blah, blah. I have no idea. I should ring the bell and see if that inspires me. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is now. Okay, I'm back. She was the cutest thing. She jumps out of her car. She's driven almost 6. She's still as bubbly and vivacious as certain people just are. They always just seem like they're happy and they're loving life. So Princess Diana jumps out of the car, comes up and right away gives me a big hug and says, "It's so great to see you again, blah, blah, blah." And then from behind her back, she comes out with a bottle of Diet Coke. And I said, "Oh, you saved my life. You saved my life." And other people have done that as well. They brought me 6 packs of Diet Coke. I know that my local friend Renee, at one live stream, she sent me a text because I mentioned that I was out of Diet Coke. She left one on the front steps of the workshop for me. And I actually stepped away during the live stream and went and got it, these big cans of Diet Coke, and left them right on the front steps of the workshop for me. So Apparently I'm addicted to this stuff and y'all are contributing to my habit. So thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. All right. So some of the things that were going on, and I'll see if I can show it to you. This is part of the mechanism, as I explained to Melonie. This is part of the mechanism that allows this machine to zigzag. And this had a number of issues. The bolt was broken on it. You can see part of the bolt is actually cracked off right here. If you look at it, I'll kind of hold my hand up so you can see it close up. And so this, along with a few other things I did for the machine, including giving it an LED light so that that amperage demand of that foot controller is going to be dropped considerably. If you don't know that, there are LED options pretty much for any sewing machine. Some of them are going to have the bayonet style that you slide in, you twist. Others are going to be a screw-in type. But I would strongly recommend so that you can lower the amperage demand on your foot controller and it can operate at a cooler temperature, that you replace your standard incandescent bulb with an LED bulb. Not to mention you're going to more than triple your lighting on the bed. You see how bright and how beautiful the visibility is on Melonie's bed with that new LED light. And also it's going to produce so much less heat, so that especially in the summer months, if you're working in a smaller room, that's your sewing space, it's going to drop that temperature in that room noticeably, because you would be shocked if you ever do a test on the thermal output of an incandescent bulb, how much heat it generates. And this front face cover on Melonie's machine is plastic. Most of the rest of the machine is all metal, but this is plastic. I've even seen some machines where that incandescent bulb, especially if someone gets a wattage on it that's a little bit higher than it should be, they could get by with a 15 watt. They put in a 25 watt. I've even seen people that put in a larger watt bulb than that in their sewing machine, not thinking there's any issue with it. And it will actually melt, and it will cause that face plate cover, if it's plastic, actually begin to melt and to warp. So that thankfully that wasn't an issue with Melonie's machine, but I straight away, when it comes in the workshop, I replace it with an LED for all the reasons that I just mentioned. So at any rate, let me move these parts to the side. Let's actually get into this machine finally, after I've been blah, blah, blahing forever on this live stream. Blah, 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 blah. All right, let me rotate this great machine around. And this is a belt-driven machine. It's got a cover on the side where, let me see if I can spin her all the way around. It's got a cover on the machine side right here that acts almost like, you remember those 10-speed bikes and those bikes you had as a kid where they got a chain guard? They had like a chain guard where they had this little cover that would go over the chain on your bicycle, and it was to keep you from getting your pants leg caught while you were riding the bicycle. If any of you were ever riding a bicycle as a kid or as an adult, and somehow the cuff on your pant got caught in that chain on your bicycle, it is terrifying. It's terrifying because all of a sudden you try to move your leg and you're stuck. And especially if you're needing to stop or whatever, it can be really, really unnerving. And some of the sewing machine manufacturers, Foff did this, Singer did it on some of their models. They put this cover on there to potentially protect little hands or someone else from getting their finger or their hand caught by that belt. It's really just it's a protective covering that covers that belt. But these are a belt-driven machine, so there is maintenance that has to be done on the machine as well to keep that belt and those pulleys and that output pulley on that French-made motor nice and clean, so that you get really good launch, you get positive traction straight away. This is your clutch release right here on the side of the machine as well. That's pretty standard. And then across the front of the machine, we'll just take a real quick peek. It's a real simple machine to operate. This is our big reverse button right here. These reverse buttons became very popular on the Japanese machines, if you remember that. Very, very popular on the Japanese machines. I would always joke when I got a Japanese machine in, see how much bigger that reverse was. Some of them, you expected them to be as big as softballs almost. You know, you could hit it with your fist almost. And then this control on the outside is going to be your stitch length. So if we turn it all the way to 5, where you can see I am right now, you're going to get the longest stitch that you can on this model 1872. There you can see it now. If you turn it down here, you're going to be sewing at about 30 stitches per inch, right around 30 stitches per inch when you get down in that range. This is going to be our needle position right here. You see that in the shot, needle position. Push this to the left, left needle position. Push it to the right, right needle position. Push it to the center, center needle position. And then finally our zigzag. If we want to sew a straight stitch, we've got to slide this all the way over. And this is the mechanism that relies on this. This is the mechanism that was broken on Melonie's machine. And now it's working as it should again. So straight stitching all the way to the left, and then you can migrate it over and you get wider and wider and wider and wider and wider. And I've already done some test sew-offs back here. You can see this produces a really, really beautiful wide zigzag. You can see that in the shot, I think. Beautiful wide zigzag. Really, really nice. And we'll be doing quite a bit of zigzagging today in the live stream. It's going to be our tension control right here. And the other thing that I think I pointed out in another live stream recently is this little control right here with that screw in it right there. You can see that. If you adjust this so that this screw is loosened and you push this up, it's going to lower this take-up spring further. You see that take-up spring right there, that check spring as some people refer to it. The more you lower this by adjusting this over here and pushing this up so that it lowers the platform that this spring is resting on. That platform basically keeps that spring from going all the way down. But the more you lower it, the more you're going to intensify the take up of that thread in the sewing process, which means it's going to intensify the definition of that lock stitch, because this is going to have a longer and a longer range of motion. It's going to have a longer range of motion. You kind of see as I'm moving it up and down. If you loosen this screw and you push this so that it's all the way down, almost like it is right now, you can see it's fairly far down. The screw is almost at the top, which means this is being pushed so that the spring has less range of motion, because that platform is pushing this spring up, and then it's resting on that platform right there, and then it only moves this far. Similar to what we do on the Husqvarnas that have that little plastic tab on the bottom of the upper tension. I've shown this to you before, and you can slide that from side to side and do the same thing, where the platform for that take-up spring is going either further up and reducing the range of motion, which means you're going to have a less defined top stitch, and it's going to create less stress on the thread. Or you're going to lower that platform down, and it's going to have a longer and a more rigorous range of motion with that take-up spring. Just think of it as the more this has to travel, the more it's going to intensify the stress on that thread and the tension on that lock stitch, if that makes sense. So right now at the point we're creating very little stress on the thread that we're going to be using, and we're not overemphasizing the definition on that lock stitch. If we loosen the screw and we push this side up and then lock that screw back down, so visualize that instead of the screw being near the top, it's near the bottom when we lock it down, we're going to be increasing that range of motion on that take-up spring dramatically. putting a lot more stress on the thread, but also intensifying the definition of that lock stitch. So if we're dealing with a real delicate thread, a real delicate, fragile thread, then we want to have less range of motion. So we would be positioned similar to where we are right now. If we're dealing with a heavier thread, maybe an upholstery thread or a heavy duty thread, then we would want to loosen this screw and push this up so the screw is on the opposite end, lowering this platform, increasing the range of motion of this take-up spring and intensifying that lock stitch definition. I hope all that makes sense. If that makes sense, give me a smiley face or a thumbs up or something like that. But I want you to understand what that screw is all about and how it can affect your sewing experience depending on the type of thread you're using and also depending on the type of materials you're sewing on. If you're dealing with multiple layers, you're going to want to have a little bit more intensity on that take-up spring so that you can have a better defined lock stitch. But it's as simple as loosening it and then sliding this, and then it just lowers that platform that this spring is resting on so that you can get a better defined lock stitch. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. I hope I didn't utterly confuse you. Hopefully I didn't confuse you. I hope I didn't confuse anybody. I might have. Okay, our setup real quick. We're talking about thread. Our setup today that I chose to do on Melonie's machine is I wanted to sew with 100% cotton. You might remember recently when I presented that CL8 that's going to be heading out to New York, that received so much interest, belonged to the attorney out of Madison / Illinois, Tom Olson. And a lot of people wanted that CL8 rotary machine. On that machine, I set it up with silk thread, and there were a number of adjustments that I had to do to that machine to accommodate that type of thread. Today, we're set up with a 100% cotton thread, which is a lot more common than silk thread. And I'm using the Joann Fabrics or Joann's brand called Americana. This is the thread we're using today. And just understand with sewing machines, especially with the upper threading of the machine, different types of threads will impact the machine differently. Some of the threads that are really light, let me see if I can show you an example of one. Some of the threads that are incredibly light, almost on the fringe of being fragile, like this stuff by Sulky. Sulky is another brand like Coates and Clark or Gutermann. Sulky makes this 100% rayon thread. You've seen me sew with this on the channel before. It is a booger. It is a booger of a thread to get the tensions just right. It's a very fragile thread, very fragile. And there's a number of adjustments you have to make to accommodate a rayon thread. The other thing about a rayon thread is you want to have a take-up spring, a check spring that does not have a lot of range of motion, because the larger the range of motion as that spring is moving up and down in the sewing process, the more tinsel pull it's going to put on that thread. And if the thread is already predisposed to breaking, if you've got too much range of motion on that check spring, you're going to be having the thread break left and right. So just realize that the thread you're operating with will be impacted, and it will also impact the machine. And as it's passing through the upper tension and all the different thread guides, it will either pass through very freely with a great deal of fluidity and ease, or it's going to create drag. This tends to be a low drag thread, this Sulky brand rayon thread. The 100% cotton thread creates more drag when it's going through the upper tension in the sewing process. So there are certain tension adjustments you have to make to accommodate that. And again, the simple thing about tension again is just remember your upper tension unit right here is going to be defining what happens on the bottom of the material. this is going to be pulling up. So if you've got loose bird nesting on the bottom of the material, generally that can be remedied by increasing the upper tension, because then it's going to be pulling up harder in that thread to define it. If you've got loose stitching on top, that's a product of the bobbin case being turned up too high. And usually, if it's not too dramatic, if your top stitching is loose, usually if it's not too dramatic, you can simply back off your upper tension a little bit, and then it will give more pull power to the bobbin case so that that top stitch will tighten up and will be nicely balanced with the lock stitch. So just remember, it's a tug of war. It's a tug of war. This is pulling up. This is pulling down. Okay? So if you understand that basic concept, you'll be able to adjust the tension no matter what kind of thread you're working with, no matter what your setup is, no matter what you're sewing on, you'll be able to get it adjusted so you have a good outcome with that particular setup. Okay? So this has a drop-in bobbin. I think you can see that if we look over here. I'm going to shut the light off in just a moment. And the light switch for this Merritt model 1872 is actually on the back of the motor. You probably can see it if I shoot down the backside of the machine. There it is right there. That's our on-off switch for the motor right there. But this is one of those drop-in bobbins. Does anyone know the class bobbin that goes into Melonie's model 1872? This Merritt machine. What kind of bobbin is that that's in this machine? And if you need me to get closer, I can get closer. That's not a problem. Yeah, class 66. And they make the class 66 bobbin in metal and in plastic. My preference is metal. Because plastic can get warped, especially if you have your sewing space near a window. UV light and the heat of the sun can actually cause a plastic bobbin to warp. So if you have your bobbins near the window, I would recommend that you move them or that you do something to protect them from the UV light and from the heat of the sun. It's crazy if you've ever had your car parked. And you've come back to the car and maybe even the temperatures outside have dropped in the interim. Maybe all of a sudden it was a hot day, but the temperatures are dropping. It's amazing when you get into the car how much heat has built up in your car because it's radiating through the windows and through the front windshield as well. Almost acts like a magnifying glass, and it can heat up the interior of a car to a ridiculous level. So it's the same thing when you have something in direct sunlight or in proximity to sunlight in your sewing space. That direct sunlight can be much more intense than you realize, and it can have an effect on your bobbins, etc. So just be careful. And then this also has an easy plate to remove right here that's spring loaded. So you just raise this end up and you rotate it off, and you can clean out the area by the feed dogs very easily. You can also take this off and you can remove the entire bobbin case from this machine for deep cleaning as well. Has anyone ever done that before, or would you like me to demonstrate how to do that real quick so that you know how to do that? Type in the live chat. I'll grab some Q-tips if you want me to do that. I'll demonstrate it on Melonie's machine real quick because it really is an important maintenance process on a machine like this to keep it tip top and to keep it running well. Okay, so we're going to demonstrate it then. I'll demonstrate it for y'all. So that'll mean I'll end up going through and rethreading the machine a little bit, but that's fine. That's no problem. All right, let me just get this out of the way. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do on Melonie's Merritt to do that, see if we have a good shot. Yeah, we can see everything here. Is we're going to remove the throat plate cover. And again, this is spring loaded on this side. It kind of pulls it down. So we just raise this side up. And make sure your needle is clear so you don't catch the needle and bend the needle. I'm going to raise this end up and then just kind of wiggle it out like so. Okay. So we got this out of the way now. And this should be cleaned periodically as well. I would use a non-ammonia based Windex type product, some sort of a glass cleaner. A glass cleaner works really, really well in cleaning off the oil and residue and dirt and everything off of a plate like this without damaging the finish. Just make sure it doesn't have ammonia in it. Most glass cleaners these days do not have ammonia, which is great. So you take it off. Also, if you've had any needle strikes, let's say your machine has been running badly and the needle has hit this throat plate opening right here. You can see that in my hand. This is where your needle passes through. Get some grit sandpaper, about 2,000 grit, and run that sandpaper through there and get that barb off of there where the metal has been damaged. And by doing that, when the thread is coming out of that bobbin case below, it's not going to get snagged on the throat plate, and you're going to get a nice even flow of the thread and really, really good stitching. If you don't eliminate the barbing from a needle strike on here, the thread will catch on there, especially a cotton thread, which is a little bit bulkier. It's going to get caught on there. It's going to create all kinds of challenges for you. So do regular maintenance on that, I would say, quite often, just to keep that nice and clean. Okay. So now I'm going to remove the bobbin as well, that class 66 bobbin. And you can see when I'm putting this bobbin into the bobbin case, I have it so that the thread is over the top. So as this is turning in the sewing process, it's going to be turning counterclockwise like that. Okay. So we'll set the bobbin to the side as well. Now I use one of my dental tools in order to get this bobbin case out. I'm going to see if I can get real close and show you. There's a little retainer right here, a little retainer right there where I'm touching it with the dental tool. Wait, where am I? Let me get my light. It's kind of dark right there. Hold on a second. I'm looking at my laptop, see if you can even see that. Yeah, it's kind of hard to see it. Let me turn the light on the machine. Maybe that'll help more. Let's see, does that light it up? That just kind of creates a glare. Lighting is such a tricky thing when you're trying to do a live stream like this. It's such a tricky thing. I'm going to hold the camera as best as I can. Let's see if I can do it over here maybe. So if you can see that little black finger that's adjacent to the bobbin case. Oh boy, that's horrible. Let me go up higher. Maybe if I go higher up. Hold on a second. Lighting is such a nightmare when you're trying to do a live stream. It truly is. Let's do it like this. I'll do it like this for right now. Okay, go ahead and focus, camera. Focus, please. Thank you. Okay, so right back over here, there's a little metal finger that can rotate forward or back, and that's going to be the retainer to hold the bobbin case in place as it's floating on top of the rotary. It's a horizontal rotary hook system. In other words, this bobbin case is going to be in a fixed position, and below it, this rotary hook is going to be turning in the sewing process to complete the stitching. So this is in a fixed position. This is moving underneath it at a very, very fast rate of speed, obviously. So see if I can, maybe if I do this, let me be real tricky here and see if I can show you on my phone. Get a nice picture of it, and then you'll see exactly what I'm pointing at, hopefully. Okay, there we go. Sometimes using more than one device helps, huh? So you see that little, I just took a picture of it. See that little metal piece right here? It can rotate forward or backwards. It's going to be holding that bobbin case in place as it's floating on top of that horizontal hook system spinning underneath it. very, very fast. Okay, there you can see it. So what we have to do to remove the bobbin case is we have to push that back. And I use a dental tool to do that because it's so much easier to control it. So all I'm doing is, I'll try to get a little bit closer. All I'm going to do is I'm going to take that dental tool and I'm going to very, very carefully go in between the bobbin case and that retainer. And I'm just going to push it out of the way. Push it back. So you saw how it was before. Now I'm going to take another picture of it with it pushed out of the way to show you what it looks like when it's out of the way. So this is it. This is it when it's in position. This is it when it's in position. And then this is it when it's pushed out of position. So you can see it's rotated back. Here it's rotated forward on this end right there. So you can see it's holding that bobbin case. It's holding that bobbin case in position as the hook system is rotating underneath it very, very fast. It's basically gliding on top of it. So here it is as it should be when it's operating. Whoops, that was my food. Here it is when it rotated out of the way. So now with it rotated out of the way, we can remove it, which is what I'm going to do right now. Just going to grab it like this, very, very gently remove it. And then you can see we now are holding the hook system, which is also our tensioner down here, in my hands. And this requires regular maintenance as well. You can see this little rim right here, is what is gliding. It's basically gliding on top of this hook system right here. If I rotate this, you can see the hook system in the sewing process is moving underneath it. I think you can see that. So imagine that hook system is spinning at, who knows, maybe 800 to 1,000 revolutions, very, very fast in the sewing process. And this bobbin case is basically gliding right on top of it. It's just sitting there stationary, and below it, that hook system is racing away in the sewing process. So I always recommend cleaning both. I put a little bit of machine oil, kerosene, on a Q-tip. I clean this area down here where the magic is going to happen with the thread being caught by the hooks in the sewing process. Kind of clean around that. Let me check that text message real quick. Let's see. Could you go into, this is a message from the owner. Could you go into foot, feet, and needle size for material type? I can cover that a little bit, Melonie. And I'll be talking about that kind of as we're going through the different sew-offs. But when it comes to foot feet, on like the Merritt 1872, unless you're doing cording type work or you're doing rolled hems or something like that that requires a specialty foot, for purposes of general sewing, straight stitching, zigzagging, and that, this universal foot that's on the machine is going to be more than adequate. It's going to be more than adequate. But as you move into some of the other specialty sewing needs, it might be a zipper type foot sewing or rolled hems or whatever. You're going to have to look at, obviously, adaptive feet for that. And I'm not sure what you have available with the machine, but the specialty feet is really unique to the project that you're doing, the materials you're working with, the thread that you're using, and everything else. So I'll try to touch on that as much as I can in the live stream as we're going through all of these materials that I prepared. And the same thing is true of needles as well. When you're talking about needles, needles also can have a big play as far as their compatibility to the thread that we're working with. So there's so much to cover there. I'll try to touch on it while we're going through this, but I know I'll end up missing a lot of that. So our setup right now is about as generic as we can get it, so that we can get through a real wide field of sew offs from leather to we'll be sewing velvet, denim, cotton, pretty much everything during this live stream. Okay, let me get back to this. This hook system, or excuse me, this bobbin case rather. This bobbin case, I'm just kind of cleaning over all the edges of it, making sure, and also feel it with your finger as well. These can get chipped over time, especially if your machine has gone on a timing and the needle can hit the edge of this, particularly on this end over here. Check to see if there's any sign of rough spots or any chips or any damage to the bobbin case. Really, really double check it. Clean the inside as well, where that bobbin is going to be sitting. Go over it nicely. All of these surfaces. And you can see I've cleaned this like a million times, and already, just because the environment draws dirt into the machine, already we're getting more dirt that I'm getting off of this bobbin case. But again, a light oiling on this, a light oiling with a Q-tip swab, I would say, depending on the type of sewing you're doing, about every 6 hours of sewing, just remove the bobbin case like this, check it for damage, go over the every edge of it, go over the edge of it with a Q-tip swab to get to get any dirt off of it. I just caught that in midair. That was pretty exciting. Go over all edges of it just to make sure that you're nice and clean as far as the bobbin case. And this again is going to be your tension band right here. With your tension band, if you have smaller screwdrivers, almost like eyeglass screwdrivers, on this particular bobbin case, the right screw that we're looking at right here, that hopefully you can see in the shot, the right screw, let's see if I can get real close to the camera. Where's my light? The right screw is going to be your set screw. And then the left screw, they're just a few millimeters apart. The left screw over here is going to be your adjusting screw. And again, usually you can deal with tension issues by adjusting the upper tension. Again, if your stitching on the bottom is too loose, you're going to increase your upper tension, turning it up clockwise. If your top stitching is loose looking, then you're going to be backing off your upper tension so that this bobbin case can pull down harder and define that top stitching. So the adjusting screw is on the left. The set screw holds that metal band in place. So the one on the right should be tight all the way. The one on the left is adjustable depending on what adjustments you're doing to the machine. And again, a small screwdriver like this will allow you to make those adjustments. You can do this, you can make the adjustments on this bobbin case when it's in the machine, but it's sometimes a little bit awkward, even though you should be able to get that screwdriver in there just right. It's sometimes easier just to take this out, make a subtle adjustment, put it back in, and then check the results, because it's generally fairly easy to take this in and out. But again, just keeping this nice and clean with just a real light oil slick on it, so that bobbin is going to turn very, very freely in the sewing process. And then once we've gotten a chance to clean the bobbin case, and again, we've done a cleaning on the general area of the hook system as well, check the feed dogs for any debris, make sure there's no debris buildup in there. Once you've gotten it tidied up, then you simply put this back into position. Again, it's going to be sitting with this little ridge right here. It's going to be sitting on top of that hook system that is rotating underneath it very fast. And that's why we put a light coat of oil on here, so that hook can move past the bottom of this bobbin case without creating any drag. So we kind of put it back into position again. Make sure that it's sitting on that ridge just right. And once you have it in position so it's sitting on the ridge, it's always harder to do things on camera, isn't it? Once you have things in position so it's sitting on that ridge nicely, then you can use a small implement like this, like a small dental tool, to rotate that retainer back so it's going to be holding that bobbin case in place. Sometimes you'll have to do it more than once to get it seated in there just right. Whenever I'm not on camera, it happens right away. But when I'm on camera, all of a sudden it becomes more of a task. Just getting it on the edge there. I think I may have gotten it that time, almost. There we go. I needed it just a little bit more light. I think I've got it now. Okay, so now I'm going to rotate that little finger back to hold it in place. And this dental tool works well because you can kind of hook the edge of it and then just swing it back over. A lot of people just use their fingers, but I use this. It makes it a little bit easier for me because my hands are a little bit bigger. And then real gently, once you get it back into position, you've got that finger back in place again. You just gently rock the machine like this, which you may not be able to see in the shot. You rock the machine very gently so you can make sure that that hook is moving smoothly underneath that bobbin case and that bobbin case is in a fixed position. And what I do is, as an added touch with a much lighter oil, this is going to be the crystal white oil. What I do is I put just a tiny little drop on the edge of on the top of the hook between the bobbin case right here, where it's going to be floating on top of that horizontal hook to make sure that it's got a nice slick surface to move on. Not a lot of oil, just a tiny little drop. Just a tiny little drop. So again, I don't know what we'll be able to see in the camera. I'll see if I can light it up again. It's almost better without the light, isn't it? So we've cleaned out the hook. We've cleaned the bobbin case. We've moved that little finger back into place. We have it resting on that on the top of the horizontal hook system nicely. Now we need to just put it back together. And with me trying to explain this and doing it on camera, it's taking much longer than it will take you doing it as a regular regimen of maintenance on your machine. As a regular maintenance regimen, it's much quicker, it's much easier. So now I'm going to put the throat plate back in position. Again, when you're moving this in and out, make sure that that needle is high enough up that you're not going to somehow, as you're coming by, inadvertently catch that needle with this and bend the needle, and then all of a sudden you're going to be sanding your throat plate opening because you've hit it with a needle because you bent the needle. Okay? So I'm just going to slide this back into position. When you put it in, you kind of catch this underneath that spring and kind of pop that spring retainer up, and then you just lock it into place. Kind of clicks down and locks into place. Okay? Now we're going to get our bobbin case back in. And again, when we're putting it in, we're going to have the thread coming over the top like this so that it's in the machine. It's turning counterclockwise. You drop it in, and then there's a little open point right there in the front where you're going to draw that thread into the tensioner so that you have tension. I always put my finger kind of on the top and just gently draw it to the rear. And we know we've got it seated in that tension area very nicely. Now I'm going to rotate my needle towards me like I normally would and catch that thread. And you'll see that thread kind of come around. The other thing I'll give you kind of a heads up about is what holds this bobbin case, along with that little finger that you saw me rotate in and out that I showed you pictures of. What else determines that this bobbin case is able to float on top of the hook system effectively without having too much movement and maybe falling out of alignment is this little plate right here. This little plate right here has 3 screws. One is below the throat plate cover now that you can't see. There's another screw right there, and there's another screw right there. And what you might have to do if you acquire a machine sometime is you might have to loosen those screws, and then you kind of slide this plate in so that that bobbin case doesn't have excessive movement. But you don't want to slide that plate in too tight before you tighten down the 3 screws, because there has to be enough room when we draw that thread up in the process for that thread to pass by between the bobbin case and the plate. Watch when I pull the thread up, you'll see that thread coming around, and then it has to sneak between. It has to sneak between this edge of the plate and the bobbin case right here. If it's too tight, the thread will not pass through and the thread will break. So watch what happens when I do this. I'll see if I can get my arm out of the way. Okay, so we're coming here. There comes the thread. See the thread coming around? There it is, right there. And now it's going to sneak through between the plate and the bobbin case that we just reinserted. Yep, just went through. You see it? So we left enough space that the bobbin case doesn't have excessive movement, but the thread was able to sneak through there, which it has to do in the sewing process very rapidly. Okay? Now we draw our thread up. There's our little loop. We'll draw our loop forward. And now we can finally close our cover and then draw these to the back. So we can finally, after Lord knows how long, we can finally actually put Melonie's machine to work. Yeah. But hopefully some of that stuff that I was describing, some of that stuff I was talking about, I hope that it's helpful to you. I want you to feel equipped. I want you to feel equipped to maintain your machine and also manage your machine, so that if you run into issues with this type of hook system, you can troubleshoot it. Does that make sense? You can troubleshoot it, you can manage it, you can have control over it. Yeah, that's the goal. That's the goal. Okay, so let's turn our light back on. And with this particular machine set up, I've got to have the light on in order to have power to the machine. So I might have to back it up a little bit. We might have to goof around with things a little bit so that we're able to see what's happening down at the needle. Because this LED light that I added to Melonie's machine, it's intense. It's like a beacon of light. Okay, so let's get into some sewing now, finally. We'll start with some basic straight stitching and zigzagging on this 100% cotton material that has a stiffener in it. And then we'll move into some of the other material types that we're going to be sewing. And again, the beauty of the universal needle, I'm using a size 90-14 universal needle right now that Schmetz offers. It's got a slightly rounded point. It's not like a leather needle that has a sharp serrated point. It's got a slightly rounding, so you can use a universal needle on cotton. You can get away with using it on leather. You can use it on denim. You can use it on woven materials. You can use it on practically anything. So if you've never tried universal needles before, I'll show you exactly what they look like so you can pick some up the next time you're out and about. They're going to look something like this. The camera focuses on it. It'll say universal right on it. There's a lot of other makers of needles out there. There's Oregon. There's Hello Kitty needles, as I affectionately call them, that are being offered at Walmart now. In my experience, there's no finer made needle for the price than a Schmetz needle. So I would highly recommend going with a Schmetz universal needle. A size 90-14 is a good medium range type needle that can handle a lot of the heavier materials, but also can handle the lighter materials as well. You can certainly go lower or higher on a universal needle. I think all the way down. Let me ask if Jenny is still here. Jenny is our ambassador to needles. Jenny, what is the range? What is the range of the universal needles? I know it's in that book that Susie sent me, but if Jenny would share with us, how small can we go on a universal needle like this? How big can we go? Um, so that we kind of know what the range capabilities of this very versatile type needle is. That would really be helpful if Jenny's wanted to do that. If Jenny had to step away, if one of the other leaders would jump in and share that information, I would be grateful. That way we kind of know the range. Okay, so let's get this into position. Get this material in place. Check to see how dirty my glasses are. Anyone else that wears glasses, it's still a mystery. How do our glasses get dirty doing nothing? We're just sitting here at the workbench. I'm not grinding anything. I'm not generating any dust. And yet they get filthy. They get absolutely filthy. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's one of the mysteries. One of the mysteries of life. Okay, so let's lay down a straight stitch. And like I always say, always launch with the take-up arm, not in this position, but at the highest point. At the highest point. So I'm going to keep rotating my balance wheel until I get it all the way to the top. And we're on that downstroke. That's the best place to launch. So now I've got it set up on a straight stitch setting, straight stitch here, longest straight stitch over here, 5, center needle position. We're ready to go. We're all set to go. I hope you can see some of this with the bright light. It may be a little bit tricky. We'll leave it right there, see if that helps. All right, straight stitching. We'll go down, we'll do a couple different types of straight stitches, and then we'll lay down some zigzags on this material as well. Okay, all right, here we go. So we just did the longest straight stitch. It's going to be right around 6 stitches per inch. Right around 6 stitches per inch. Now we're going to reduce that size, and then we'll do the same thing to the zigzag. And we'll take a look at all those stitches at the same time. And again, we're sewing with 100% cotton thread. Cotton thread, if I kind of just set it here, I just cut it, it tends to be really curly. It gets really curly Q, so it's a little bit more of a tricky thread to sew with than, say, 100% polyester. And so just take that into account as you're sewing. It lays down a beautiful stitch, but it picks up static, it picks up everything, and it tends to do this. If you can see that in the shot, it tends to get really, here, I can do it like this and show you too. Tends to be really curly Q type thread. So it's a little bit harder to manage it, but it lays down beautiful stitching, beautiful stitching. All right, so now we're going to reduce the size of that straight stitch. And we'll go down right next to this other row, and then we'll shift over to the zigzagging after that. So now I'm just going to adjust my stitch length right over here. We're on 5. We're on 5 right now. I'm going to take it down to about 2.5. 2.5 on most 2.5 on most machines is going to be the quilter's sweet spot. Most quilters, if they're sewing, they're going to be generally setting their stitch length on 2.5. It's kind of the thing. It's almost like part of their secret handshake, part of their club. They set it on 2.5. So we're going to do a quilter stitch now, right about 2.5, and see what we think of that. All right. Again, make sure your take-up arm's in the right spot. And now we'll lay down some much shorter stitching right next to this one. I'm really too far over. Let me slide over just a little bit. And then I'll give the rest of this material to Melonie so she can kind of mess around with it when she gets the machine home, etc. So, all right, there we go. Okay, so we're doing a quilter stitch now, a quilter stitch. All right, here we go. There we go. And it's going to vary from one machine to another. Setting the machine at 2.5 on one machine, it's not always going to give you exactly the same stitch length, but it's going to be in that neck of the woods. It's going to be in that neck of the woods. All right, I'm going to move right into the zigzags, and then we'll look at all of these stitches together again on this 100% cotton material that has a little bit of a stiffener into it. All right, so let's lay down a zigzag now, which is why we replaced that part so that the machine would be able to zigzag properly. Okay, so let's see here. I think we'll start with a max. We'll start with a max zigzag, and then we'll go down from there. So I'm going to slide this over to our max zigzag position, and then we're going to go max on stitch length as well. So we're set on, what would that technically be? 1, 2, 3. We're set on 4 for zigzag, and we're set on the max for stitch length, right on 5. We'll see what this looks like. It's going to be a nice, big, robust type zigzag, and then we'll step that size down incrementally as we go across the material. Okay? Let's see what we think of this one. Oh, that is a beautiful zigzag. Oh my gosh. I'll kind of spin this around a little bit, give you an initial glimpse of it. Kind of shadowed a little bit right there because of that light, isn't it? We'll look at this really close in just a little bit. All right, now let's back that zigzag down incrementally, and then we'll look across all that stitching together. Yeah, see that cotton thread tends to, I pull it back like that, and then it tries to curl back again. Curls back again. It's got a mind of its own. And just remember, as you're going through different type of stitches like this, as you're increasing the length, as you're increasing the width, there may be tension adjustments that you have to make. I described it before, like with this zigzag. I'm just going to shut off the light for just a moment. Think of it like this, as like a bridge. As that needle comes down here, 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 the further that needle strike is apart, the more that thread needs support, almost like supports on a bridge. So the wider the span of the bridging of the thread, the wider the span of the bridging of the thread, the more tension issues that you might encounter, where you have to make subtle adjustments to accommodate that wider or that longer stitch. It's just the nature of the way the thread is interacting with the material and the space distance between each needle strike, which is a support point for that thread. So we've got support here, 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 here. Whereas if we did a much shorter stitch, the support points would be much closer together and the tension would not be as much of a factor. I hope that makes sense. Just understand, the wider, the longer the stitching, the more support factors that you might run into in maintaining the stitch integrity. And sometimes it's real subtle and only requires a very small adjustment. All right, let's do our next zigzag. Let's do our next zigzag, which we're going to be reducing in size proportionally as we go down. Okay, get that back into place. There we go. That's just get it moving a little bit. There we go. Turn my light back on. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to incrementally reduce this zigzag. So right now we're on basically 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go down to 3. And we're going to try to reduce our stitch length proportionally. So we're going to go from 5. Oklahoma. Hey, this is Scott. I'm in a live stream. Can I call you back? Hello? Hello, hello? Oh, they hung up. Okay. They probably know I'm on a live stream, and that's why they're calling me in the middle of the live stream. Ah! Okay, so we reduced our zigzag from 4 to 3. We're going to reduce our stitch length from 5 down to about 4-ish, something like that. Now we'll lay down another zigzag. And as we continue to reduce the scale of this zigzag, tension becomes less of a factor because those support points where the needle is going through get closer and closer and closer, and that thread is not being stretched out further where the support and the tension is more of a factor. All right, let's do this next zigzag now. Get my take-up arm in the right spot. All right, here we go. Next zigzag. Okay, now we're going to reduce the zigzag more. Keep reducing the zigzag more and more and more. Oh, they left a voicemail. Yeah, I'm not going to make the mistake of, if I get a call during the live stream, just right away putting the person on speakerphone, because that almost got me in trouble with the lady that ended up winning and getting the CL8. She's a little bit more of a private person, and she didn't yell at me, but I think she was like, "Oh, I don't want to be on the live stream. I don't want you to hear my voice." Some people think they don't have nice voices, and they're a little bit sensitive about that, I think. All right, so let's reduce the scale of the zigzag further. Get that back into position. Now we're going to go to our zigzag setting here. We're going to go down one more scale to right there, which, basically straight stitch 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we're in position 2 for the zigzag. And so we've got to reduce our stitch length proportionally. Now we're going to go from 4 down to about 3. Now we'll lay down another zigzag. Get my take-up arm. See where my take-up arm is right now? Got to get it all the way to the top so I have a good smooth launch. Good smooth launch. Okay, here goes our next zigzag. Again, we're just scaling it down further and further and further. All right, here we go. Give that a clip, draw that back. And again, the stitching you're going to get as you change between thread types, as you change between needle sizes, needle types, because of the anatomy of the needle interacting with the thread and the sewing process differently, depending on how big the eye of the needle is on the needle anatomy, the size of the scarf. The scarf, again, is going to be on Melonie's machine. The scarf and the flat side are going to be facing the rear. So as that hook system comes around like this, and that bobbin case is floating on top, that hook is going to come real close and grab that thread on the back of the needle by that scarf area. That's why if you ever look at your needle and it's got that little cut in to the needle, it looks like an indentation on the same side as the flat side. That's the scarf. And that's what allows that hook to get really close in the sewing process to grab that thread and complete the stitch. That's why it's there. That's why needle orientation is so critical when you're putting a needle into the machine, to make sure that you have the flat side orientated correctly. Okay, so now we're going to go down one more time. See what I'm saying with that thread? The cotton thread gets this crazy curliness about it. It's curly, curly, curly. Okay, so let's go down one more time. So here we're going to bring our zigzag right to there, to step number 1, stage 1, right next to the straight stitch. And we're going to reduce our stitch length further. We'll go all the way down to 2. Right about there. Okay. So let's do our final zigzag now on this 100% cotton, and then we'll look at the stitching right after that. Take up arm all the way up. All right, our final zigzag on Melonie's Singer Merritt model 1872. All right, here we go. All right, now we finally get to look at all of these. Let's take a look at all these and see what we think. Let's see what we think. Okay, let me back the camera up. So we'll look at the top stitching first, and then I'll turn it over and we'll look at the lock stitching. So top stitching first, kind of hold it like this, and we can look at all these rows of stitching that we did. Yeah, I don't even have to really get closer. I could get closer if you want me to, but you can see all of it from right here. So we started with a straight stitch that's going to be right around 6 stitches per inch. And then I backed it down to 2.5 on Melonie's machine, which I'm looking at this and it's probably going to be about 10 to 12 stitches per inch. So you get an idea. You could go much smaller than this, much smaller on this Merritt 1872. And then we went into the zigzags. We started with the widest and the longest zigzag possible, and then we incrementally brought it down. And I didn't bring it down in perfect proportion. I didn't bring it down in perfect proportion where we maintain the beautiful presentation where that peak is just spot on. It's a little bit out of form, and that's not the machine's fault. That's my fault. For as I reduced it incrementally, I didn't get it exactly right. So the presentation of that zigzag, for example, this last row we did, it doesn't have as much of a peak on it as I would want. I should have gone a little bit shorter on the stitch length, and then it would have tightened that peak up very nicely. But beautiful stitching. I'll get closer so you can look at it. Beautiful stitching by this Merritt model 1872. Yeah, I kind of killed that last row. I took a peak almost completely. I kind of flattened out that zigzag, didn't I? Look at it like this too. I like looking at it as a column. A column sometimes gives you even a better perspective of that stitching. But that is on this channel, I refer to near perfect stitching as page 34. This is solid page 34 stitching. In other words, it's not perfect, but it's near perfect. Someone else looking at this from the outside would look at this and go, "That's perfect stitching. It's perfect." But we can always make it better. We can always make it better by using different, as Melonie was asking about, using maybe a different presser foot attachment that's going to give us even better feed control and maintain the integrity of that stitch even better. But all in all, it's a very good looking, very good looking top stitch on all of those rows. Very good looking. And as we turn it over, I'm gonna forewarn you. I'm gonna forewarn you as we turn it over. I did not make any tension adjustments during this process. No tension adjustments whatsoever. And so when we look at the largest zigzag, you're going to see an opportunity because you're really smart. You're going to see an opportunity because you're very smart. And I want you to type in the live chat what you would do to address that opportunity. Okay? I want you to type in the live chat what you would do to address that opportunity. So I'm turning it over now. Initially, as you look at this, beautiful zigzagging, page 34 zigzagging. But if you look with a lot of scrutiny, like I encourage you to do, I always want you to be very scrutinizing of stitching, where on other platforms, on Facebook, on Etsy, on Pinterest, they're going to be showing stitching with some of the machines they're trying to sell. And the stitching compared to what we do on this channel is going to be like, are you serious? That's the best you can do? because we're really we tend to be very skeptical about when people are saying that's a perfect stitch, and we're like, no, it's not. No, it's not. And the same thing here as we look at this lock stitching because we didn't make any tension adjustments and we went as wide as we could go on that zigzag on Melonie's machine. And we went as long as we could go. When you look at that widest zigzag, tell me what you would do to make it even better. Okay. Tell me what you would do to make it even better. Okay. Now I'll be quiet and show you finally. All right. Let's get really close and take a look at this. Right there. Right there. Right there. It's real subtle. It's real subtle, but you're the smartest sewists on the internet. So tell me what you would do to make a slight adjustment because we went super crazy wide and super crazy long on that one zigzag stitch, and you'll notice a slight opportunity. A slight opportunity. Show it to you like that as well. Beautiful stitching. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous stitching. But think of it like that bridge. We built a bridge and we didn't put the supports close enough. And so that bridge is sagging just a little bit somewhere. It's sagging just a little bit somewhere. But that's a gorgeous zigzag. Let me just say that. It's a gorgeous zigzag. And look at that straight stitch. The longest straight stitch, six stitches per inch. Top stitch, lower stitch, no problem. No adjustment to the tension. That's a beautiful straight stitch. So top stitching, lock stitching. Ooh, my phone is making all kinds of fun sounds. Look at that. Beautiful stitching. So let me see what you said. I know you nailed it. I know you nailed it already. Yeah, upper tension adjustment. I don't recognize that name. I don't recognize that name. It must be a new visitor to our family, which I love, a new family member. But their screen name is Mebb B. Meb B. Great to have you here. And I don't know if the leaders probably they're very attentive. They probably already welcomed you, but if they somehow missed you, which I doubt, welcome. It's great to have you here. And if you let me slow down. Ah, if you haven't already done so, if you want to share where you're from, that would be wonderful. We would love to know what state, what country, whatever, where you're from, whatever you're willing to share. That'd be great. So, yeah, it's a tension issue. When you go super wide, those supports on the bridge are further apart. And so you have to tighten those cables up a little bit more. You have to tighten those cables up so that the bridge has proper support, almost like in this picture of this card from our friend Robert from Germany. He sent this card here to me as a special greeting from Hamburg, Germany. Notice this bridge right here. If the supports are in the wrong place or if those cables aren't tight enough, there's going to be an issue with that bridge. You see that bridge right there? That's in Hamburg, Germany, from our friend Robert. Yeah, really a great guy. There it is. Hamburg, Germany. That's if you ever wonder what a postmark looks like in Germany, that's it right there. So yeah, support is so important when you're building bridges, and it's equally important when you're sewing. So our friend Meb B and others that said it as well. When we went super wide on the zigzag, we saw that there was just a little bit of that knot that wasn't pulled taut, and that's a product of this upper tension. that upper tension is being overpowered by that bobbin case. Shame on us. It's our fault because we took that bobbin case out and we cleaned it and we oiled it and we did all the magic to it that we wanted to do. And now it's running at the top of its game. I did that in the process of servicing Melonie's machine, but I haven't done it since. So this guy down here, he's like optimized, ultra optimized, because we just cleaned it again. And up here is at a little bit of a disservice. So, at any rate, all the blah blah blah. All we would do to correct that, so that zigzag, the super wide zigzag, is absolutely balanced with the top stitch, is we would bump this up a little bit. We would bump up that upper tension a little bit. It would pull those tethers on that bridge just a little bit tighter, and it would tighten up the bottom of that lock stitch, just boom, like that. And then we would have perfect balance, top and bottom, even at the widest point of that zigzag. But you probably noticed straight away, as we reduced the width of that zigzag and we needed less support, all these other zigzags, 1, 2, 3, all these other zigzags, no issues. This is the lock stitch on the bottom. No issues like that super wide one we did. So no tension adjustment needed for these three, a subtle tension adjustment needed for this widest zigzag on the bottom of that material. The other thing we could do technically, the other thing we could do technically to address that issue, back to what I showed you at the beginning of the live stream, you shut the light off again, is we could make a subtle adjustment with our cotton thread. We could loosen that screw right there, and we could push this up a little bit to increase the range of motion on this take-up spring. And that would also offset that tension factor as we go super wide. In other words, we wouldn't even technically have to adjust this, the number tension on top. Would give that take-up spring a little bit more range of motion, so it's pulling up a little bit harder. And that would also address that super wide zigzag as well. So you could do it one of two ways. In the most extreme circumstances, if you go to adjust this and you're all the way up to the maximum on this, then you look at having to take that bobbin case out and turning that counterclockwise, that adjusting screw I showed you, because you don't want to have to be on the max of the upper tension. You don't want to have to max this out to address tension issues. What you do is you reduce that bobbin case pull down here by removing it, like I clean it. And when you have it out, you take your little screwdriver and you take that adjusting screw on the left and you just back it a little bit counterclockwise, just slightly. Remember, the bobbin case is hypersensitive. So you don't want to get in there with a screwdriver and go, whoa, because you're going to create more problems than solutions. You go in very, very small increments on the bobbin case to address tension issues. And then as you reduce the pull down here, you're able to adjust this upper tension back a little bit so you're not at the max. I hope that makes sense. All right. I'm just curious who called me from Oklahoma. Just curious a little bit. Give me just a second here. Just a second. More than a second. You know I'm talking figuratively. Who called us from Oklahoma? Oklahoma! Hey, let's see here. Oh, I love this. Hey guys, I don't want to violate anything here. I'm not going to let you hear it. I'm not going to let you see the number, but listen to this beautiful accent. I love Southern accents. Don't you? Do you love accents? This gentleman's from Oklahoma, and I'm going to play his message so you can hear it, so you can hear this beautiful accent. Hold on a second. I hope I have it turned up. I think I have it turned up.
I'm calling from. I saw you're so off on Maria's 99K, and I had a couple of questions about that sewing machine. I've got one, and I wanted to ask you a couple of questions. One of them was, can you slow the foot pedal down? And the other one was, what size needle and thread were you using on the leather sew-off you did on her machine? Anyway, I appreciate your help. Thanks a million. Bye.
So that's our friend from Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma people. I love all Southern people. I love all people. I love all people. I do. I'm a people person. You might not get that through the live streams and the videos, but I love people. And I know my leadership team loves people too. But I love the sound of an Oklahoma accent. Don't you love his accent? Wouldn't you love to talk like that? And if you say no, that's okay, but you're wrong. You're wrong. Everyone wants to talk with that sweet Southern. It's just beautiful. It's a beautiful, any rate. All right, I'm digressing as usual. So, any rate, I think that Melonie's machine did a beautiful job on this 100% cotton. We did a wide scope of sewing as far as stitch length. The only thing we would tweak a little bit with that super wide zigzag is we would bump up the upper tension just slightly. And guess what? Let me tell you a secret. If we were doing the identical stitching, but instead of having cotton thread, we had 100% polyester thread, we wouldn't have to make any adjustments whatsoever. I talked about the cotton thread going through that upper tension with a little bit more drag because because of the way the thread is constructed, the way the fiber, etc. They're a little bit bulkier. Cotton thread's a little bit bulkier than polyester thread, so it creates only on that one stitch, the super wide zigzag. It creates a little bit of a tension imbalance. 100% polyester, like a lot of people sew with all the time, no adjustment needed. It would just done through. So the thread I chose today is creating a little bit more of a challenge as we go super wide. Polyester thread would not have the same issue. It wouldn't have the same issue at all. And it's such a subtle issue. It's so subtle. It's barely noticeable. Barely noticeable. All right, light back on. Let's move into something else. And I know Melonie is very, very busy. But if she's still with us, if the owner is still with us, if she wants to help pick out the rank order of some of the other show-offs that I intend to do, that would be awesome. So I'll just show them to you real quick. We've got saddle grade leather, a real long piece of saddle grade leather, an extra piece of saddle grade leather. I think what I was going to do with the extra piece of saddle grade leather is I was going to stitch down the long piece first and then add a second layer. Actually, I would add it like this. Add the second layer on the bottom, and then we can go through 2 layers of saddle grade leather. I've got bubblegum material, which if you've never seen it before, a lot of vinyl in this stuff. You can stretch it like bubblegum. And this is a real tricky material to maintain tension on as well. I've got genuine elk hide. Let me leave the leather together. Got genuine elk hide, really thick stuff. I've got naugahyde, which is a fake leather. I'll put that with the leather, even though it's not leather. I've got protective full grain leather, which is a general type of leather, but it's got a special coating on it to protect the leather from staining. This is the stuff I talked about. I get it from a place locally, and these are the scraps. These are the things that don't need, but they use this to cover the Learjet seats where real rich people put their butts on this stuff. And the real rich people that put their butts on this stuff also drink the fancy drinks and the wines. And sometimes if turbulence or whatever, they spill wine on this stuff, it doesn't stain because it's got that coating on it. But that coating also raises the piercing threshold dramatically. So this stuff tends to be really, really hard to get through. But we have protected full grain leather. We've got this velvet material that is around the holidays, tree skirts, pretty much anything you can imagine you can use this velvet for. We've got this heavy duty weighted denim that Emma sent me from Florida. This is the stuff that, it's a special type of denim. It's super heavy duty stuff. The farmers, the ranchers, all the other folks that are really labor intensive would use this type of material to make their clothing because it doesn't wear out as easily. But I've got this denim on Melonie's machine. We'll probably do, I don't know, 4 to 6 layers of it for fun. And then finally, at the end of this, I'm going to sew in a circle, probably doing a compressed zigzag around and around and around and around and around and around and around. I'll probably put some music on as well. This is more saddle grade leather. So, anyway, all of that blah blah blahing, we got lots of leather choices, and also one fake leather choice with this Naugahyde. That if Melonie is still here, if she wants to give me some sort of an order that she'd like to see, and then we also have the bubblegum material, the weighted denim, and then finally the velvet as well. Velvet is like if you run out of if you run out of a lint brush in your house, velvet works really well for basically picking anything up. It does. It really, really, really does. Okay, so let me look at the chat, see if Melonie is still here. I don't know what her time constraints were today. I know she's got stuff going on with her family over the weekend. If she's still here, I'll see what she says, and then I'll try to put it in that rank order so we can sew it. And again, Melonie may have had to step away. If we don't see a response from Melonie shortly, then if one of you others in the live chat want to jump in and say, hey, let's do this first. Hey, let's do this first. Then let's do this. Then we'll get through these sew-offs and we'll wrap up this live stream. Oh, I just got a text message. I think that's Melanie's notification. She might have had to step away because I know she had stuff going on over the weekend. Holy mackerel, I got all kinds of text messages. Okay, so Melonie just sent me a note. She said, would you start with the denim and go heavier, please? And I assume she means start with the denim and then go to leather and all the other stuff. So that's what I'll do. So we'll start with denim. And then we'll move into some of the other materials. And if anyone has any input on what you'd like to see as far as sew-off order, oops, there's another text message from Melonie. Yeah, so she just said yes. So Melonie just said, hey, start with the denim and then move into the leathers. And then maybe towards the end, we can throw in some of the bubblegum stuff, which has a real high vinyl content, do some of the velvet as well. And then do at the very end of the live stream, I'll go on this saddle grade leather and sew in a circle and create a real nice tapestry design with it, hopefully. So, all right. Well, I appreciate the input from the owner. I always say these live streams are for everybody, but they're really built to honor. They're built to honor the owner. They're built to honor the owner's machine. And so whenever the owner is able to give input, I love to get their input so that we can try to build it to honor them and to honor their machine and to honor their wishes, in a sense, if that makes sense. Okay, so let's start with denim. And I didn't test this. I honestly did not, but I'm probably going to go with 6 layers of denim. This is a weighted denim again. It's not light stuff. This is intense. I don't know what it means, but I believe Emma in her note when she sent this, or on the packaging or something, it either said 20 weight or 30 weight or something like that, almost like motor oil. I assume that the rating of the weight of the denim means how sturdy, how rigorous that denim can be. So we'll fold it over. We're at 2 layers, 4 layers, and then finally we're going to go all the way up to 6 layers of denim. But that's what 6 layers of denim looks like. And again, this is a weighted denim, whatever that means. Any of you that could look it up or whatever, look up the different types of denim, the weighting classification for denim. I can only assume it's like a tarp. It's a certain density of the denim. It's the strength of the denim, blah, blah, blah. But even if it's not a weighted denim, we're still talking about a lot of denim. Look at it from that side. From that side, 6 layers. From this side, 6 layers. That's serious stuff. Serious stuff. So we'll see, first of all, if we can fit it underneath the presser foot. Hopefully we can. It's really fairly tight. And this Merritt model 1872 does not have a hyperextension. And so we have to kind of see if I can wiggle it into place. I hope we can. If you get something that's super thick like this and you're trying to get it underneath that presser foot and over the feed dogs and it's super tight, it doesn't just slide in there. At the initial launch, we would probably will have an inconsistency in the stitch length. You'll get like a stubbiness as it's stalling out, and then when it begins to finally feed, then all of a sudden those feed dogs can do their job and they can give us a nice even stitch going across generally. But right now, as tight as that is, I'm a little bit concerned that at the initial launch, we might get a little bit of a stubbiness thing going on. See if I can kind of get it into there as best as I can. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a feed issue starting out. We'll see what we get. I'll start with a straight stitch. We'll start with a straight stitch. I'm going to reduce the size of the straight stitch a little bit. We're going through so much denim. We'll try to give it a little bit of an edge as far as the feed factor. I'll bring it down to about a 4. And hopefully we get a decent launch on this. I'm a little bit concerned. It's so tight. It's so tight in there. Those feed dogs are going to be hard pressed to give us an even feed initially. All right, let's see what happens. The voice of confidence. Let's see what happens. All right, straight stitching, and then we'll lay down a zigzag next to it. All right, here we go. And again, I don't have the stitch at the longest length. I've got it reduced just slightly. Yeah, I mean, that's a good result. I was concerned that it would be problematic. Overall, we'd be looking at for going through this much material with this cotton thread, we'd be looking at a slight bump up on the upper tension that I would execute to get the result that we want. But all in all, it turned out really nice. We'll do the zigzag and then we'll look at both of them together. But folks, that's a lot of denim. That's a lot of denim that this machine is managing very, very well. No hand start. We just plowed through it. I didn't even give it enough gas really, and yet still the machine just went after it. So I think we have to give some credit to the French. That made this motor. They did a good job. Yeah, that is so crazy thick. Oh my gosh. See if I can press that down just a little bit. All right, let me see if I can. I've got it underneath there, sort of. Let me see if I can begin to turn that balance wheel to see if that material is going to feed properly. Okay, I think we're going to be okay. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to change this over to a zigzag. And because of the thickness and the density of this material, and we're only sewing these 6 layers of weighted denim with a size 90-14 needle. If we had a size 100 or a size 110, I may push it a little bit further, but we're probably going to go to a zigzag that's going to be right about at 3. You see I'm right at 3 right there. There's our 3. And then we're going to reduce this also to a 3 on the stitch length. So we have 3 and 3 on the machine. Now we'll try to lay down a zigzag, and I'm hoping that we feed okay because the material is really quite honestly, it's at the max as far as the presser foot clearance in relation to the feed dogs. So I hope we're okay. And again, just a reminder, bring your take-up arm to the highest point. Yeah, right about there. That should give us a good launch. And I'm going to give it a little bit more gas because, again, as we're laying down a zigzag, we're dealing with the needle swing, and we lose a little bit of the kinetic force. When the straight stitch is just going to plow right through straight, but as we shift back and forth with that needle, we lose a little bit of that kinetic energy, and so we need a little bit more gas to drive that needle through all of this weighted denim. It's not an easy sew off at all. All right, keep your fingers crossed. We'll see how we do. All right, here we go. And see, we're not getting the advancing of the material. We're kind of stuck right now. So I'm going to raise my presser foot, raise my needle. See if we can get a little bit more of that material over the feed dogs underneath the presser foot. And then we're going to try to launch again. But that's what happens when you get to a maximum where you're really pushing that machine clearance issue underneath the presser foot. The feed factor can be an issue. And we just experienced that. I'm going to lower that down again. We're going to try another launch. Get our take-up arm all the way up. We're probably a little bit thicker than we should be doing on this machine, but we're going to see if we can get through it. See if we can get through it. All right, here we go again. See if we can do this. All right, here we go. So at that initial point, I thought I had this far enough underneath the presser foot in relation to the feed dogs to give enough bite on the material to feed it. You'll see that we had a little bit of overlay on the stitching right down on this end where the material wasn't feeding. We were basically, like in winter, we were spinning our tires. We didn't have the appropriate traction. So we're going to try that again now. Take a look at these and see how we did. See how we did. Very impressed, though. Very impressed with how Melonie's machine is managing some crazy heavy-duty sewing. So 6 layers of denim. It's probably going to be about 7 millimeters, well, 5 to 7 millimeters thick. I can tell you as we're looking at this. At the thickest point over here on the end. Oh, I'm wrong. No, I'm pretty close. That's our thickness right here. If you look at this caliper on the thickest point, actually it's even thicker over here. Take it back over there, bring that down. So at the thickest point right here where we started to come through with that zigzag, and initially down here we weren't getting enough traction, it's almost 10 millimeters thick. You look at the caliper, almost 10 millimeters on this edge right over here. That's a lot of material to get through, folks. That's a lot of material. So let's take a look at these. We'll look at the top stitch. We'll look at the lock stitch. I can see that we would need a little bit of a tension bump up. A little bit of a tension bump up on the lock stitch. And I'm not going to do that now because we know what we would do. But look at the top stitch first. And I'm seeing some very, very beautiful stitching from this machine. Beautiful stitching. And it's not just the motor. I kind of gave a little bit of a stroke as far as praise to the French in building a good motor, which they did. But the motor is only one of the factors in a machine having the appropriate delivery and strength down at the needle. It's only one of the factors. But here, right, you can see right here in this little corner, right here where my finger's touching, that's where we were spinning our tires just a little bit. See that? But I recognized it right away, and then I repositioned that material, and then we had a solid launch. But that's some beautiful, beautiful stitching, folks. Beautiful stitching. Let's look at it like this as well. Very, very nice top stitch. Very nice top stitch. Totality of the stitching, kind of a distance out there. So we turn it over, I'll show you the thickness again. of what we went through. 6 layers of weighted denim. This is our lock stitch. I'll kind of turn it around so we can look at it like this. And look at it with some scrutiny. You'll see that if we were going to be sewing 6 layers of denim all day long using 100% cotton thread with a size 90-14 needle, that we would have to make a slight tension adjustment in order to accommodate that using this type of thread. But all in all, really quite nice. Really quite a nice lock stitch. Also a beautiful zigzag too. Beautiful zigzag. And you can see because we are dealing with a setup that generally is pretty effective, and we reduce the overall size of the zigzag just slightly. We went from 4 to 3. We don't have any tension balance issues either with the zigzag, where those like the support cables of the thread are separated a certain distance. We have adequate support for them, so we've got a very, very nice looking zigzag as well. No sign of that knot, no imbalance whatsoever. Let's look at it like this also. So 6 layers of denim is pretty much the max for this machine based on the presser foot clearance. Now, if we wanted to cheat and finagle a thicker layer through there, the machine would be able to handle it, but we would have to look at feed factors. We would have to look at tension adjustment factors as well. But generally, people that I know, at least, maybe you know other people, most people are probably not even going to do 6 layers of denim. They're going to may be somewhere between 2 to 4 layers. So I think we really push this Merritt model 1872 even beyond what the average person sewing denim is going to require of the machine. And this machine did an excellent job with the stitching, top stitching, lock stitching, etc., and went through a thickness of denim that is pretty crazy, especially this specialty denim that's weighted in a certain way. That's a lot of denim, folks. That's a lot of denim. Beautiful stitching. Okay, let me move this to the side, and let's move into some of the owner said, let's do some leather sewing now. So let's jump into a little bit of leather sewing and see how we do on that. Now let's see here. What do we have? I think we'll do the elk hide first. The elk hide in and of itself is going to be almost 5 ounces of leather. It's a much thicker, almost like a belt. You can kind of see that in the shot. It's going to be almost the thickness of a belt. And elk hide has a lot of density to it. You can kind of tell that by the nap. It's a very intense leather. So we'll see how Melonie's machine does on this elk hide, and then we'll jump into some of the other leather as well. And I'm going to anticipate a little bit here. I'll just do a very subtle bump up on the upper tension, very subtle. Give us a little bit of an edge as far as that lock stitch. Okay, take up arm all the way up. And adjust the camera so you can see. There we go. So we've got about 5 ounces of elk hide here. I don't know if I'll need a hand start on this or not. Again, I've been putting a lot of work into this this needle. It's lost a little bit of its edge, even though it's a Schmetz needle. But we'll start with a straight stitch, and then we'll kind of go from there. We'll do a straight stitch, and then we'll do a zigzag on top of this elk hide as well. All right, let's see how we do. I might have to give it a hand start. We'll start without a hand start and see how we do. All right, here we go. So no hand start needed. No hand start needed. I do notice one thing though with this elk hide is you saw me bump up our upper tension a little bit. With this elk hide, depending on where it's taken from the hide, the density of the leather, the thickness of the leather, you may actually have the opposite effect depending on the type of thread you're using. And in this instance, I did the wrong thing. I bumped up the upper tension. I should have left it alone. So I'm going to move it back and I'm going to sew this one more time. And once you look at the stitching, you'll understand why I did that. So I'm going to bump it back just a little bit to right around 6.5. Because by bumping up that upper tension, I took a little bit away from the top stitch. Especially right here. I can see it's a little bit weak as far as that definition. So we're going to sew it one more time after I adjusted the tension back, and then we'll lay down a zigzag next to it. Okay, that should be pretty good. Let me see if I can get that. All right, one more straight stitch line as I adjusted the tension back so we can get a little bit better clarity and definition on the top stitch. All right, take up arms up. Let's do this again. Here we go. Yep, that's exactly what I wanted to see. And when you look at these, I want you to look at them with a lot of scrutiny. The top row is the first one where I adjusted the tension back and I took a little bit away from this top stitch. Then I adjusted it down again to from 7 to about 6.5 on this second row right here. The second row, you'll see that top stitch come to life. You'll see that top stitch come to life and really, really shine beautifully in that second row after I gave authority back to that bobbin case. So if you don't sew materials all the time, you might adjust it one way intuitively thinking it's the right decision and then discover that it's not. And that's okay. That's how we learn, right? So now we're going to lay down a zigzag next to this. Plenty of room. Lay down a zigzag. And let's go to about 3 as well. We'll go to 3 on here. So we're not at the absolute max zigzag. We're just a little bit below that threshold. And then here, we're going to match it with just about 3 as well. The last time I took away that beautiful peak of the zigzag, this time I'm going to go a little bit shorter to try to preserve the peak of that zigzag so that it's got that nice point definition. It doesn't look like it's been flattened down. So this should give us a fairly good result, I hope. Get our take-up arm. You see our take-up arm right now is too low. Get that back up like that. There we go. Now we're going to lay down a zigzag next to these 2 straight stitches, and then we'll look at all of them together. Look at all of them together. Okay, here we go. Now notice, I talked about the kinetic energy, and some of you were probably almost kind of like, kinetic what? What are you talking about? As we take that needle bar and we tell it, we want you to swing, not like the dance, but dancing is cool too. We want you to swing and we want you to lay down a zigzag. So that needle bar goes from directing that kinetic energy straight down to pivoting that needle bar. So then that kinetic energy is lost or reduced a little bit as we're going to the swing motion of the zigzag. We didn't have any trouble piercing this elk hide with a straight stitch, but now I just ran into it with that zigzag where we lost some of that kinetic energy and it hit that elk hide and said, whoa, and it stopped. So now I'm going to turn that balance wheel just lightly to get us into motion, and then we should have enough kinetic energy to get down this very thick elk hide and finish off that zigzag stitch. All right. Well, you saw it. I gave it gas. Boom. We're stalled. We're stopped right there. All right, here we go. That just shows you that this is the real deal, folks. This thickness of alkite is almost the equivalent of a belt. It's almost like a belt. Probably thicker than some belts, truthfully. Probably thicker than some belts. Yeah, there we go. There we go. All right. Now let's look at all these stitches finally. I made you wait quite a long time. Quite a long time. And again, when you look at the straight stitching, look at that first row on top where I'd taken away some of that pull down factor of the bobbin case. So our top stitch was a little bit underdefined. And then look at the bottom row below it where I adjusted it back. And then all of a sudden we gave that clarity to that top stitch back. Hopefully that makes sense. Very, very nice stitching from Melonie's Merritt model 1872. Very, very nice stitching. Very, very nice. So a lot of people would consider this Merritt model 1872. And again, the Merritts are really hard to track as far as dates. But in all likelihood, this machine would have come from the 1970s, 1980s. And by the time we got into the 70s and 80s, a lot of people had written off sewing machine quality. They had written it off. Well, you can see we are pushing this Merritt model 1872 pretty doggone hard. Ridiculously hard, some people would say. And it's delivering at every turn. It's delivering at every turn. So there's our top stitching again. Just show it to you. Just going to look and see if I could find that one subtle. The one subtle place that I was pointing to was right about in this area right here, where making that tension adjustment back, we were able to get greater clarity to that stitch. Greater clarity. Now our lock stitch, as I turn it around, I'll show you the thickness again. That's super thick stuff, folks. Here's our lock stitching on the back. Beautiful lock stitching also. Beautiful lock stitching through a lot of leather. And again, we're not using a leather needle. We're not using a leather needle. And we're using cotton thread, which produces a nice stitch on lighter materials, but it creates a lot of extra drag. And yet we're not seeing any inconsistency in the way that stitching is presenting, even on the lock stitching. Beautiful stitching. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. So all I can say is never write off a machine. Even some of the more contemporary machines will sometimes surprise us in what they can do. And that's why, even as a purist in the vintage space, I bring in machines into the workshop all the time that would be considered contemporary machines, computerized machines, even those ones from Salt Lake City, the 7530 Pfaff machines that are very contemporary, and yet they were still built in Western Germany to a quality standard that speaks for itself when you see the machine stitch and what it can do. So it's always great to get a machine like this that's considered quasi vintage and see the magic that it can bring after it's gotten workshop magic, the magic that it can bring everything from cotton to saddle grade leather to elk hide to anything you see. It just does magical things down at the needle. So I'm going to throw that in our little pile. And let's keep moving forward. We'll try some other sewing. Maybe we'll move over now to this Naugahyde stuff. Naugahyde stuff has a lot of vinyl in it, kind of like the bubblegum material. And this stuff is real tricky sometimes to sew on. It can really create some issues. Hopefully not today. So we'll go through some of this Naugahyde now. And if Emma, since we have new folks in the live stream all the time, if Emma wants to share the story behind Naugahyde or give us a little bit of a thumbnail sketch of what is this Naugahyde stuff that they used to cover furniture with, people that didn't want to invest in leather would buy this stuff to give themselves beautiful furniture that looked like leather, even though it wasn't leather. Maybe Emma can give us some particulars on this Naugahyde material. That would be awesome. All right, I'll start with a straight stitch and then we'll go to a zigzag after that. So I'm taking our adjuster that I had to replace parts on. We'll move it back to a straight stitch. We'll go to about a 4.5 as far as length. I'm not going to go all the way to the max. Yeah, right about there. We'll try a straight stitch and then we'll try a zigzag on this fake leather Naugahyde material. All right, let's do a straight stitch first and then we'll move from there. Also, I've got to remember to take my take-up arm up to the top so that we don't get mechanics of the machine that are binding. Get right to that point. It's a good launch point. And now we'll try this fake leather stuff. All right, here we go. We'll lay down a zigzag next to that, and then we'll take a look at both stitches. I'm also going to look at the stitching now as I'm really close, and I'm going to look and see how our tension balance is and see if I want to make any midstream adjustments, because we already know as soon as we go from this straight stitch to the zigzag, because it bridges those points of the thread even further, you tend to run into more issues with tension. So if we have any tension issues presenting at this point, we're definitely going to have tension issues on the zigzag if we don't make adjustments now. So I'm going to take a look at that, see what I'm seeing. Yep, a little bit light on the straight stitching on the back. I can see overall is good balance, but there's a little bit of a tilting on some of the stitches, which is a tension factor. So I'm just going to double check one more time on this Naugahyde. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take just a slight adjustment up on our tension. So I'm at 6.5. I'm going to go right up to about 7. Almost 7. I'm going to stop a little bit short of 7 because I don't want to steal from our top stitch either. If you crank this up too far, you're going to take away from your top stitch and then you'll be fighting back and forth trying to get that balance again. Give that a clip. Now we'll lay down the zigzag next to it on Melonie's Merritt model 1872. And again, any of you that joined us late, any of you that were late to class, hopefully you got a late pass from one of the leadership team members. And we do that just to be playful, just for fun. If you show up late, you go to one of the leaders that have that wrench in front of their information, their name, and you say, "Would you please give me a late pass? I'm late to class." Just for fun, And so as we go down to do this zigzag now, we're going to see whether or not we can maintain that stitch balance. See if we can maintain that stitch balance. And the significance, again, as we look at the front of Melonie's machine, Merritt 1872. 1872 was the beginning year, the inception of the Husqvarna Viking sewing machine company in Sweden. It also was the beginning year for the Montgomery Ward sewing machine company as well. A lot of people don't know that. Montgomery Ward And the Husqvarna Viking started in the very same year, 1872. So now let's adjust our stitch width. We're going to go to about a 3, right about there. We're going to adjust our stitch length down just slightly. Get us down to about a 3 on that as well. So 3 and 3. And now let's try a zigzag on this real tricky Naugahyde fake leather that can really mess around with stitch integrity, can really create some headaches. It can cause skip stitching because of the vinyl that's built into this stuff, creates all kinds of problems, especially when we're sewing with a bulkier thread like 100% cotton versus sewing with this type of material here, this type of thread, excuse me, this type of thread that would be 100% polyester and would be so much easier to work with versus the 100% we have on the machine. But I love the look of cotton, don't you? The look of cotton thread, it's got a natural richness to it, a natural beauty to that stitching that you don't always get from polyester. You don't always get it from polyester. All right, here we go. We'll zigzag on this Naugahyde material. Keep your fingers and toes crossed. Here we go. Speed it up a little bit. And again, I'm not even close to maximum. Not even close to maximum. This can be a very fast machine. A very fast machine from the number of stitches per minute that it can lay down. I'm kind of holding it back a little bit right now. But it's got a lot of speed, a lot of power, surprising power. And I'm glad we made that adjustment on the upper tension before we laid down this zigzag. I'm glad we made that adjustment. It definitely served us well on this high vinyl content Naugahyde material. Let's look at the stitching together now. And again, Naugahyde, I'm sure Emma typed something into the chat to remind us about the history of this stuff. It came on the scene a long time ago, and it was used. It was used extensively in furniture manufacturing and everything. So here's our top stitching. Look at that first. Try to hold it still so the camera can focus. There you come back. Forward. There we go. There we go. The camera was on break, I think. The camera was on break and we just brought it back from break. So some really, really beautiful looking stitching. I'm very pleased with this. Again, Naugahyde can really create a headache because of all the vinyl that's built into this stuff. But Melonie's 1872 model Merritt Singer machine did a beautiful job in managing it. Beautiful job. And I'm glad I adjusted the stitch length accordingly. Look at what a beautiful peak we have on that zigzag. It's a beautiful peak. It's not that flattened look that I did on that one stitch off. It really took away the beauty of it. Let's look at it like this too. We'll look at it like this also. Very nice looking stitching. Kind of look at all of it together. I like looking at it on an angle sometimes. I don't know if anyone else does that, but sometimes when you go with an angle, you can even see the clarity of that stitch more. Let me do it from this angle. See that straight stitch? When you go on the angle, sometimes you can really see just how gorgeous that stitch is. And again, if you think Naugahyde is easy to sew and you're like, what's the big deal, Scott? Why are you being a drama queen or a drama king? Why are you being a drama king about this stuff? Contact me after the live stream and I'll mail you a sample of this stuff and you can try it on your own sewing machine. This is very tricky stuff to sew with because of all the vinyl. Vinyl causes skip stitching. It causes distortion of stitching. It creates every headache that you can imagine in the sewing process. And yet Melonie's model 1872 said, what's the big deal? I got this. I got this. And it laid down absolutely gorgeous stitching. You can see that right there in that shot very nicely. What about our lock stitching? How do we do there? Well, after I sewed that line of straight stitching, I adjusted the upper tension up, anticipating what might happen when we did the zigzag. Again, as soon as you incorporate needle swing, you introduce tension issues because you're bridging the gap between where that needle is hitting more as you're swinging from side to side. And I think all in all, we did an excellent job of anticipating the need. And check out the stitch now. I'm going to adjust the camera up a little bit. There we go. Look at how it managed this. And it's even got a coating. It's got a layering coating on the back of this naugahyde, like you would anticipate with certain materials used in covering furnitures. Beautiful stitching there too. Get real close. No skip stitching, no distortion of stitching. A real subtle, if you look at it with a lot of scrutiny, a real subtle tilting on some of the straight stitching. And when I saw that, that's why I adjusted our upper tension up a little bit. If you're ever sewing something and you notice that there's a slight tilt to the stitch, it's very subtle. But if you ever see that slight tilting of the stitch, that's generally going to be an issue with tension. Generally going to be an issue with tension. We'll wait for our camera to catch up. There we go. But our zigzag maintained beautiful form, no issues with tension. Just a beautiful, beautiful zigzag stitch. Let's look at it like this too. Sometimes easier to see it this way, I think. So, in my opinion, beautiful lock stitching, beautiful top stitching on a very, very tricky material. Again, if you want to contact me, I will send it to you for free. I'll send a sample of this, probably about the same length, 6 inches or so long, and you could try it on your machines at home. And then all of a sudden, depending on your setup, or you could duplicate the setup, set it up with cotton thread, and a Schmetz 9014 needle and try stitching it on your machine. You may get some surprises. You might get some surprises. Let's throw that to the back. So far, our sew-off sandwich looks like this. We started with cotton with a stiffener. We then, I believe we went into this, this denim, 6 layers of this denim, which is absolutely crazy. Barely could get it underneath the presser foot. We did this elk hide, about 5 to 6 ounces of leather. Beautiful stitching by Melonie's machine as well. And then we, went into this this naugahyde, this fake leather, and her machine continued to impress us with saying, "Yeah, I know I'm not a vintage machine. I'm a semi-vintage machine or a quasi-vintage machine, but watch me do this. Watch me do my dance." And that's part of the wonder of the workshop is you get machines that otherwise might struggle, that have not been optimized, and they amaze us. They give us a little bit of, wow, what did you just do? Look at you. Look at you. And that's kind of the fun when you can bring some workshop magic to the equation, and machines that otherwise people would not even turn ahead to look at. They look at that and they, what model is that again? It's a Merritt, what? 18, really? 1870. That's amazing. All of that denim, leather, you name it. And then all of a sudden they take a second look at that machine and they go, wow, amazing, really cool. So we've been really kind of pushing this Merritt to some pretty crazy heavy duty sewing. Why don't we take it to the light side now? The light side can be just as challenging for a machine when it comes to stitch integrity, when it comes to stitch balance as far as tension. So now we're going to move, since we're in September now, soon we'll be in October, and then November, December, the holidays are just around the corner. So we've got to test Melonie's machine now for some of this velvet. And it's that velvet that has the real slippery back on it. This stuff here, this is, I mean, you've fallen and you can't get up, kind of like that commercial on TV. This stuff is so slippery. If you got this laying like this on your sewing floor and you hit it with your shoe in the right way, you're going to fall. It's that slippery. So hopefully you can get up. Otherwise, you'll be pushing that little button thing, whatever that thing is called, life alert. So now we're going to try sewing some velvet with Melonie's Merritt 1872 model. Again, this was, if you joined us late, this machine was a collaborative effort between 3 countries. That's what really makes this machine special, along with the fact that Melonie shared with me that she got this as a gift, brand new. Someone gave her this brand new machine as a gift. And so that makes it special by itself. But the fact that it was the United States that came up with the design and engineering. And then this machine that you're looking at, the body of the machine was built in Brazil. And then the motor of the machine and the foot controller were built and added to the machine in France. So if you add up all those miles, from the United States to Brazil, it's probably about 4,000 miles. Then from Brazil to France, it's another 4,000 to 5,000 miles. That's 9,000 miles. And then if you add up the miles to go from France back to the United States, where this machine was offered for sale, that's another 4,000 miles. You're looking at the total miles to make this machine a reality between the United States to Brazil to France, back to the United States, almost 13 to 15,000 miles, depending on how the crow flies. Depending on how the crow flies, you're looking at around 13,000 miles for this machine to become a reality. A trinity effort between the United States, Brazil, and France. That's what makes this Merritt Model 1872, in my opinion, such a special machine. Such a very special machine. Yeah, it really is. Really quite amazing. Quite amazing. You think about all the miles racked to get this machine complete and get it to a point where Melonie could receive it as a gift, brand new. And now she'll receive it back renewed with workshop magic. Yeah, kind of cool. Kind of cool. All right, so let me get this there. And velvet, as soon as you go to velvet, which is real slippery and super thin, almost like sewing beautiful rice paper or something like that. Right away, when you go to a material like this and you're sewing with a bulkier thread, like this cotton thread, you can run into all kinds of challenges as far as how that stitch is going to present. We'll see how we do. We're going to start. We already have the machine set to do a zigzag, which is what we did the last time. I'm going to leave it right here. Instead of starting with a straight and then going to a zigzag, we're going to start with a zigzag and then go to a straight. And we'll see how we can do as far as maintaining that tension, sewing with this bulkier cotton thread and sewing with a super tricky velvet material with that slippery background on it. So we'll see how we do. All right. I'm going to get a drink of water. I think I'm running out of my whistle. I think my whistle is gone. Where's my water? I lost my water. I set it down somewhere. All right. There it is. Oh, that's good. Okay, so let's start with a zigzag. I'm not going to make any tension adjustments. We'll see how we do. And then we'll move into a straight stitch next to that. All right. Take up arm all the way up. All right. Here goes a zigzag, and then we'll migrate into a straight stitch after this. Here we go. I'm really, really holding this 1872 model back right now because when you're sewing velvet, you've got to give that hook timing just a little bit more time to get into sync. Yeah, that's actually really, I'm really happy with that. Without making any adjustment, this is our lock stitch through this super thin velvet. I'm really, really happy with that. We might tweak it a little bit if we were going to be sewing tree skirts all day long and we were working with this velvet continuously. But for this one-off with a zigzag and a straight stitch, very, very happy with that result. Very, very happy. Yeah, that's very nice. All right, let me give that a clip, and then we'll lay down a straight stitch next to it. Okay, let's get that back into place. Okay, now we're going to do a straight stitch, so we're going to move our stitch width selector back to straight. I don't do a thing with needle position. Some people really, they change their needle position depending on the type of sewing they're doing. I never touch it. So, but it's possible that needle position, maybe Melonie will want to sew certain things with a left needle position, right needle position. I never use it, but it's all well and good. So now a straight stitch, I'm going to go ahead and lengthen it out a little bit more. We're going to go up to about a 4 on the stitch length. Straight stitch here set. Let's give this a go and see how we do on this velvet with a straight stitch now. Trying to get a little bit closer so you can see it. Okay, good. That looks pretty clear. All right, take up arm all the way up. There we go. Now we're going to lay down a straight stitch. And I'll give it a little bit more gas this time, a little bit more gas, but we're not even going to get close for you hearing the maximum of what this 0.67, I think, is what we determined when we converted it from dividing watts into voltage near the beginning of this live stream. And if you miss that, that's an important thing to understand. If you ever get a sewing machine like this one that was made between Brazil, France, and the United States, sometimes they put the watts and they put the voltage and they put the ohms on the side of the motor mounting, but they don't give us the amperage rating. You can get the amperage rating very simply by taking the number of watts, which on this machine is 80, and dividing it into the voltage, which is 120. If you divide 80 into 120, you're going to get the amperage for the machine that you're trying to get the amperage on. Okay, hopefully that's helpful. All right, straight stitch, here we go down. And I'll go just a little faster, but not crazy fast. There we go. I'm barely pushing the gas, Yeah, interesting to see the impact on tension as you move between different materials, especially when you're dealing with a bulkier thread like cotton. Tends to create a little bit more challenges. So let's look at this stitching now, and we can decide as we're looking at it if we are going to be sewing tree skirts or other velvet type materials all day long. We're going to be sewing velvet all day long. Maybe going to make a velvet outfit. I think I said in one of the last live streams when I sewed velvet, I think a woman's dress made out of velvet, especially like a crushed velvet. Oh my goodness, gravy. That is like one of the most beautiful ways to turn heads as a woman is walking into the room, like in a red velvet or a crushed red velvet dress. It just is, wow. It's going to turn a lot of heads. So I think velvet can be incredibly beautiful material to sew, but it can also be problematic too. It can also be create challenges. So let's look at this, see if we can see this fairly clearly, hopefully. That's our top stitching right there. Yeah, really, all in all, really quite a beautiful stitch. We might tweak a little bit of tension here and there on velvet. It kind of demands it, but all in all, some beautiful, beautiful stitching. Beautiful stitching. Look at it like this as well. Right there, if you look real close, right there you can see I have the tension adjusted up to around 7 right now because we were doing some of that other stitching that required more pull as far as that lock stitch. Here's where we would look if we were sewing a ton of this stuff, we would back off that upper tension just a little bit. We're on the high end of the upper tension right now, and it's causing a little bit of a compromise in maintaining that top stitching. That top stitching right now doesn't have enough pull down, and you can see on that one occasion right there, maybe more. We'll look all the way down. Right now, we have a little bit too much upper tension, not enough bobbin pull down to define that top stitch, and so our knot right there where my finger is, our knot right there didn't have enough to pull it back down into position. So easy to fix and easy to observe and notice, and you would know exactly what to do. You would know exactly what to do because of our classroom setting. All right, let's go all the way down. Another one right there. Again, we're seeing it on the zigzag. We're not seeing it on the straight stitch because we're not losing that kinetic movement of the needle on the straight stitch. We're doing that on the zigzag. All in all, the machine did a great job of managing a very difficult sew off, even though the upper tension was set a little bit too high. Now let's look at that lock stitch. I'm going to turn it over and look at that lock stitch. So good integrity of the stitch, nice looking stitch. And again, when you're sewing velvet, in all likelihood, you would not be using a 9014 universal needle. You would scale that needle down because you're dealing with a much more delicate fabric, a much more delicate material. But this machine did an excellent job of maintaining some very, very good stitch quality on a tough sew off. Very, very good sewing result. There's our lock stitch and our top stitch. So we go from extreme leather to velvet to naugahyde. We start with cotton. And this is what I call the sewing Olympics. We don't just do a quick sew off and consider it done. A lot of people will just show something like this. This is what I did off camera, adjusting the machine. They'll show something like this. They're done. That's all they're going to show you on the machine. So what do you know? The machine can do a zigzag and a straight stitch on cotton. But when we do these live streams, and I do them live, I show you a wide field of materials, sometimes with a less than ideal setup. Sewing velvet with cotton thread and a size 9014 needle is not the ideal setup. We'd want to go to more of a specialty thread and scale that needle down because it's such a delicate, thin material that using a medium range harpoon needle and cotton thread that's bulky, it's a tough balance. It's a tough balance. But I think Melonie's machine, it speaks for itself. It did an excellent job with a less than ideal setup. Excellent job. All right, so I'm going to add that to our pile in the back. And let me look at our time. I'm going to look at our time real quick. Give you a shot of the machine over here. Yeah, we need to wrap this up. We're at 3 minutes and 30 minutes or 39 minutes or something like that. I'm just going to jump through some of these other sew-offs. I'm actually going to, let's see, bubblegum material. We've already done We've already done Naga hide. Okay, I'll lay down, what am I set for right now? Straight stitch. I'll lay down a zigzag on this bubblegum material and then send the rest home so that Melonie can play with it, have fun with it. We'll set our stitch width at 3. Let's see here. Stitch width at 3. Stitch length we'll bring down to a scale of 3 as well, so they're balanced. We'll do bubblegum material with 1 stitch line, a zigzag, and then we'll launch into, what do I have left? All I have left is leather. I think all I have is left is leather. So these are back to back. This is 2 layers of bubblegum material. This is also used, or was used, to cover furniture back in the day. This stuff works well in upholstery applications. It's a lot cheaper than leather, obviously, but if you look at it, it looks quite a bit like leather, doesn't it? Looks quite a bit like leather. All right, let's zip down this with a zigzag, and then we'll jump into these final sew-offs, and we'll wrap this up with a little bit of music. I'll go around in a circle on this saddle gray leather, and then we're going to wrap up this live stream because we've run quite long. I've covered a lot of information. I've given you a lot of knowledge, even with some service aspects to the hook system, etc. So that's all valuable, but it obviously consumes time. So we'll do this, and then we'll move towards wrapping this up pretty soon. All right, go a little bit wider. A little bit wider. Okay, I think I've got it set. All right, here we go. Zigzag going down, and I'll try to keep these materials straight as much as I can. Here we go. Oh, interesting. So I've got a needle that I'm going to replace. When a needle starts to get issues with it, especially when you're dealing with this vinyl content material, I might even reduce this to 1 layer. We're dealing with a cotton thread, and cotton threads are a lot heavier. Look at what happened when we try to go through these 2 layers. We had basically a missed stitch right there, and a missed stitch, 2 missed stitches right there, and that's a product of the thread that we're trying to run through this vinyl content material. Again, look at me stretch it. This stuff is very, very tricky to sew with this type of thread. Polyester, we wouldn't have any issues, but when you're trying to lay down cotton thread on this, creates a little bit of a problem. I'm going to take this down to 1 layer, and if we don't have any issues, then I know that it's not a matter of the needle having a failure. We know that it's a matter of the material. Let me see if I have another piece of this bubblegum material cut. We're going to reduce it down to 1 layer before I look at potentially changing the needle. Yep, I got 1 piece right here. Got 1 piece right here. So this is also bubblegum material. I'm going to reduce it to 1 layer because we're working with this cotton thread that creates a lot more drag. And creating drag, it can delay the process of that hook timing just slightly as far as bringing that thread around. So we're going to try laying down the same stitch on a single layer. If we get the zigzag exactly the way we want to see it, then we know it's not a needle issue. It's a matter of that vinyl is creating too much drag using this cotton thread to be able to go through 2 layers of that bubblegum material with our setup. Let me bring that. Look at how far our take-up arm is right now. I'm going to bring that back up to a higher position. There we go. All right, let's give it another try. If we get the same result, then I'm probably going to swap the needle out. It's possible that going through some of the leather like we did, we created a little bit of a barb on that needle, and we'll adjust accordingly. All right, let's give it a go again. Here we go. So that's exactly what it is. That's exactly what I suspected it was. We had 2 layers of that bubblegum material. So much vinyl for that cotton thread to try to work its way through in conjunction with the hook timing. Again, remember when we took that bobbin case out, we've got that bobbin case in a stationary position as that hook below horizontally is swinging around trying to grab that thread. When you're dealing with a heavier cotton thread like this, it can create a little bit of a delay in that hook being able to grab it, which can result in skip stitching, like we experienced when we try to go through these 2 layers. Imagine going through 2 layers of this level of vinyl. Look at that stretch. 2 layers of this vinyl and then a much heavier thread trying to get caught by that hook. We had to skip, skip, skip. We reduced the density of what that cotton thread and that hook had to manage. And this is the result we got here. That top row right there, obviously. Beautiful zigzag. So our Schmetz needle is fine. Our Schmetz needle is fine. It was a matter of the density of that thread in conjunction with the density of these 2 layers of bubblegum material, too much with the setup that we have. If we shifted to a polyester thread, no worries, no problem at all, because it's not that heavy, dense cotton thread. So we reduced it and we got a great result. I'll throw this to the side and we'll check out these stitches on this single layer of bubblegum material. Sometimes it can be the needle. That's why I wanted to reduce the density factor and see if we got the same result. If we did, then I would be focused on the needle. But we got a different result, didn't we? All right, let's take a look at this. So here is a single layer, still tricky stuff. If I pull it like this, you can see. Very tricky material to sew. But with our setup, we were able to do it successfully when we reduced the density factor down to 1 layer instead of 2. Beautiful stitching. Very, very nice stitching. Like this as well. I like looking at it as a column. Sometimes it gives you a different perspective of the stitch clarity. I'm going to angle that camera towards the light a little bit more to give you a better view of it. There we go. Lighting is so critical when you're shooting a live stream like this, and I have all kinds of challenges that I encounter. But that is beautiful, beautiful stitching that Melonie's model 1872 just laid down. Absolutely gorgeous. Through incredibly tricky material. Incredibly tricky material. That's our top stitching. Absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Lovely, lovely stitching. And now our lock stitching. We'll turn it over like this and spin it around. Beautiful lock stitching also on this bubblegum material. Beautiful lock stitching. Yeah, and you can sew bubblegum material like this with a universal needle, but if you're going to be sewing with cotton thread and you're going to be trying to do 2 layers like we did initially, and we got this result, you want to go to a bigger scale universal needle. I would probably push it all the way to a size 110. I would go all the way up to a harpoon needle, like Sonny would call it. I would go to a size 110 if I were sewing this stuff all day long using cotton thread. And that would give it enough clearance where that drag factor of that cotton thread would be reduced, because the hole that we would be making through the material would be dramatically larger with a size 90 versus a size 110. And we would be able to eliminate that issue completely. So yeah, if you're sewing a stretchy material like this vinyl stuff, look at that. You're sewing this stuff, a size 90 needle is not really big enough when you're using cotton thread. Go to a size 100 to a 110. I would probably recommend a 110, and you'll be able to stitch down this 2 layers, maybe 3 layers, no problems at all. But right now, our hole isn't big enough. That thread is creating so much drag, it actually reduces the efficiency of the machine as far as hook timing. The hook timing is perfect right now, but because of that thread creating so much drag, it throws it off. And that's why we had miss, miss, and miss. Yeah. So just look through things and analyze it, and you'll be able to figure it out. You're so smart already. You gain more knowledge in these classrooms that I do, and then you can overcome obstacles and get great results with the toughest of sewing situations. The toughest of sewing situations. All right, what do we have left? I'm looking at the time, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a command decision. We've got protected full grain leather. We've already sewn that, haven't we? Maybe we didn't. I'll zip down. I'll do a zigzag on protected full grain leather. I'm going to skip this sew off right here with a saddle grade leather, and we'll do these last 2 right here. We'll do protected full grain. I'll lay down a zigzag again, and then we'll do a final stitching around with some music for this saddle grade leather. Both of these are intense leathers. You look at them from the side. You look at them from the side as far as the thickness of the two. Protected is going to be a little bit thicker. If I get real close to the camera, if the camera will focus on it. You can see the protected full grain is just a little bit thicker, and that will vary depending on where this is cut from the hide. The leather's not the same thickness all the way on every single piece. Depending on where it's taken from the hide, it's going to vary. But both of them are going to they're real close. Actually, now that I look at it more closely, they're pretty close in thickness. Protected is just a little bit thicker. So we'll go down this with a zigzag, and then we'll do this in a circle, and that'll wrap up this live stream. But I want to thank Melonie. I want to thank Melonie for the opportunity of having this quasi vintage machine in the workshop. Really is. It opens our eyes. It opens our eyes. And if we have, I call it kind of a vintage bias. If you have a vintage bias and anything that's not at least 1950 or older, a lot of people have a vintage bias. They say if it's not at least 1950 or older, then it's not a good machine. Looking and seeing already what Melonie's model 1872, this Merritt by Singer, that certainly is not 1950 or older. It's much newer than that, considerably by decades. It all of a sudden opens your eyes up and says, wow, that machine really did a great job. That machine really did a super job. And even some of the leather that Scott sewed, it wasn't a leather needle in that machine. It all of a sudden changes your perspective. It shifts that paradigm perspective a little bit to say quasi vintage can also be amazing when it's given the opportunity to shine in a live stream like this. And that's why we do live streams, is to open people's eyes to the possibility of the greatness of a machine like this Merritt 1872 model, that by all definition is not a true vintage machine. It's a quasi vintage machine, and yet it's amazing us with what it's doing. It's amazing us with what it's doing. So I think that's super cool when we can have a changing of the mind on what a machine can do and the greatness of that machine. I hope you agree. Yeah. So let's lay down a quick zigzag line on this protected full grain. It's going to be a little bit thicker than the saddle grade leather. Plus it has that coating on it to protect the difficulty level of sewing with it even more. Get another drink of water. There we go. All right, let's buzz down this and see what we think. And if you've never sewn on protected full grain leather before, and you want to reach out to me and say, hey, Scott, would you be willing to send me a sample of that bubblegum material and send me a sample of that protected full grain, maybe even a sample of the saddle grade? I would be happy to do that. And if you decide you want to put $1 or something like that into the envelope and send it back to me to offset my cost, that's fine. Otherwise, I'll just do it because I want you to really, really experience how difficult some of these sew-offs are. But these machines that have gotten workshop magic, how easy they make it look. They make it look so much easier than it really is. To include Melonie's model 1872 Merritt machine. All right, let's give this a go, and then we'll move on. All right, here we go. And we might have some of that skipping on this one too. I think our needle might be getting a little bit tired. Yeah, I think our needle might be getting just a little bit tired. I might swap our needle out. Because we're getting some of that same thing. Again, this thread, depending on the material that we're sewing on, the hook timing is so close in proximity to that needle sweeping down and that hook having time to grab that thread. And again, we're sewing with a much heavier thread with this this cotton thread that creates a lot of drag in the system. And when it creates that drag, it throws off that timing a little bit. We've already beaten this needle up a lot. I'm going to try to push through it and see if we can't finish off the live stream without changing the needle out. But this is evidence right here that this cotton thread is creating issues with certain materials. It created with the 2 layers of the bubblegum material, and now it created an issue with this protected full grain leather that's quite a bit thicker. So I can try it one more time, but I think it's going to be a factor of that thread creating all the drag on certain materials that we sew. Certain materials, it's going to create an issue. Matter of fact, what I'm going to try to do real quick on this here, because as soon as we incorporate that needle swing, it's going to create even more drag with that cotton thread. I'm going to try to go down this protected full grain leather with a straight stitch. And if we don't have any issues, I'm going to plug ahead with our Schmetz needle and attribute it to the factor of the drag that cotton thread is creating, along with the type of material we're trying to get through. This has a lot of extra density to it because of that chemical treating to protect it from staining. If we get a good straight stitch, we'll finish off this live stream with our Schmetz needle. If we have issues with the straight stitch also, then I'm going to change the needle out right now, because then I know we've got an issue. Even Schmetz needles can have issues that come up. Even Schmetz needles can have issues when we're pushing it to this extent. So let's go back to a straight stitch on this material. Slide it over to there. We'll go right about to a 4. I'm not going to go all the way to 5. I'll go right about to a 4. If we get a solid straight stitch, then I know that the issue lies with the cotton thread in conjunction with the density of this chemically treated protected full grain leather. Again, if we were using a polyester thread, we wouldn't be having these challenges, plain and simple, because there isn't that drag factor that can throw the timing off of the machine being able to grab that thread in time before it swings back around. Cotton thread will create that issue, especially with materials like this. So let's see what happens. Let's see if it gives us a great straight stitch going down. We know it's a factor of the thread type, the drag factor, and then also coupled with the density of this protected full grain leather. All right, let's give it a go and see what happens. But this is all, I love when this stuff happens, don't you? I love when stuff like this happens because it becomes a teaching moment to learn more about the impact of the setup that we have in relation to the material sew-offs we're doing. Cotton thread adds a new dynamic. Using protected full grain leather with that chemical coating on it creates a new dynamic, and it teaches us new lessons that we can then apply to challenges we experience in our own sewing space. That's the good stuff. All right, let's see what happens. I have a lot of confidence in the Schmetz needles. I'm guessing that we're going to get a good stitch line, but if we don't, we'll change the needle out, and that's all well and good. Yeah. All right, here we go. Yep. The Schmetz, if you don't know this, if you don't know this already, Schmetz Needles follows us on Facebook and follows us on YouTube. I have no doubt that as I was doing this last stitch line on this protected full grain leather, again, using a universal needle, not a leather needle, but it's a Schmetz needle. The people that are watching right now from Schmetz or will watch later will be holding their breath. They're going to be holding their breath until they see that the stitches are spot on. So it's not a needle issue. It's an issue of the needle swing with this cotton thread that creates that extra drag in delaying that hook being able to grab the thread in time. So it's a matter of our setup. It's not the fault of the Schmetz needle. So all our friends at Schmetz, you can breathe again now. Take a deep breath. Don't hold your breath anymore. You're going to pass out. You're going to pass out. Don't hold your breath. Yeah. And we're almost at the max length of the straight stitch. I had it set on 4 instead of 5. So it's not a matter of making it easy. It's a matter of the needle did what it was supposed to do. And the thread is holding us back a little bit. And that's okay. Then we learn, right? So you can see when we incorporated needle swing, we ran into some issues because of the drag factor of the cotton thread. When we shifted it over and said, let's not swing that needle, let's go straight on, lay down a straight stitch, exactly what we would expect to see. Absolutely spot on. And again, you would not be seeing this skip stitching on this protected full grain leather if we were sewing with 100% polyester thread, because it doesn't create that drag. But you can see how hard Melonie's machine is working, how hard it's working, even in spite of that thread drag. Look at all the beautiful zigzags that it's still generated, which is nothing short of a miracle. Nothing short of a miracle. So this teaches us lessons. We already have an ambassador to needles, Ginny, Ginny. Maybe we need an ambassador to thread too. If someone wants to volunteer to become our expert on thread and some of the factors that can come up, we've already learned a number of lessons in this live stream. Talk to the leadership team in the chat and say, hey, I'd like to be an ambassador to thread and make us smart on thread. And again, a great site for learning more about needles and thread is the threadexchange.com. I send a lot of people to the threadexchange.com. They are very smart there on setting you up for success when you're sewing different materials. Now, look at these zigzags here, just to show you how great this machine is. It was fighting against that thread and saying, doggone it, stop dragging. You can literally hear the machine yelling at that cotton thread saying, hey, fall in line, get going, stop dragging. And then it goes, I don't think so. I don't think so. Beautiful straight stitching and a beautiful zigzag as well, in spite of this cotton thread creating some headaches for us. And there's our lock stitch on the back, showing us again that it's not the fault of the Schmetz needle. It's the fault of the cotton thread creating a huge amount of drag when we incorporate needle swing and throwing the timing off on the machine. Beautiful. Kind of pull it back a little bit. So once again, our Schmetz needles are our faithful friend. Schmetz needles are our faithful friend. Beautiful stitching, beautiful stitching. So I am not, and a sigh of relief from the Schmetz needle people. I am not going to change the needle. We're going to finish out this live stream with our 9014 universal needle because the fault belongs to you. Shame on you. The fault belongs to you right there. Cotton thread is wonderful if you're doing quilting or applique work or something like that. But when you get into incorporating needle swing, zigzagging, specialty type things where you're stretching that thread out, this stuff is going to create a lot of drag and you're going to run into skip stitching. Don't take your machine in for a service until you determine that it's an issue with the thread and it's not a hook timing issue on your machine where you have to pay someone a lot of money to confirm that your hook timing is spot on. And it's just a factor of this thread creates a lot of drag and it throws the hook timing off. So, do some straight stitching. Straight stitching is going to confirm that your hook timing is good to go. And then you can save a trip to the workshop or save a trip to your local sewing center for them to charge you $150 just to say, and they probably won't tell you. I mean, truthfully, they probably won't tell you. They'll say we adjusted your machine and now it's okay. When in fact, your machine was fine. Your machine was spot on. And it's just a matter of you're trying to sew a material that's creating extra drag and slowing that thread down even more that's already dragging. So you've got drag time, that drag with a power of 2 or drag times the power of 2 that's causing that thread to be late to that hook process. Your machine is operating perfectly, but you're adding elements into it that are throwing that hook timing off. Does that make sense? If that makes sense and you're learning something new or gaining some new knowledge because of what you're seeing, then put a smiley face, put a thumbs up or something like that in the live chat so that I know that these lessons that we're learning together are going to be helpful to you in being able to help other people. That's really why we come together, isn't it? It's not just to gain the knowledge, but it's to take that knowledge then out into all those other circles that we're involved with, quilting retreats, sewing classes, other places like that. You will be surprised. And I'm going to come into the shot real quick. You will be surprised. And Susie says it to me all the time. And so does Emma. She says, Scott, you have no idea what you teach us and how valuable it is. Even through some of the challenge you experience in the live stream, you have no idea what you teach us and how you equip us to be fellow teachers in stepping out and helping other people. That's what this stuff does in these classrooms. It equips you to step out and help others, not keep the knowledge to yourself and say, I'm not going to tell somebody that if they're sewing with cotton thread, that's why they're getting skip stitches. It's not because their machine is necessarily at fault. Maybe their machine is at fault, but when their machine is working perfectly, it can be the introduction of a new type of thread, or it can be the introduction of the setup that they have that can cause issues, not the fault of the machine. And we just clearly established that right now. It's not the fault of the machine, it's the fault of our setup. So I hope that that's helpful. I hope that's helpful to you as you step out into your own space saying, I know exactly what's going on. I know why we're getting this. I know why we're getting this. It's because we're sewing with cotton thread and we're also sewing on a leather right now that's got that chemical coating. It's drag there and then drag times 2 or 3 or 4 when you introduce cotton thread. We could take this protected full grain leather and set this machine up with polyester thread. This wouldn't be here. It would be gone because we've eliminated that drag. Yeah, we're going to have drag from that coating on here, but when we're working with a Schmetz needle and we have polyester thread, we're not going to experience the same problem unless all of a sudden we have a flaw that happens with that needle, which again, to the relief of Schmetz needles that follows us here and on Facebook, they're saying, oh my gosh, thank God, it's not our needle. It's not our needle. It's that doggone Americana. It's that doggone Americana 100% cotton thread that's creating problems in the sewing process. It's not the needle. It's not the needle. It's not the needle. The Schmetz people are saying, yes, victory, victory, baby. So, yeah, it's kind of fun, isn't it? It's fun learning things. It's fun learning things together and overcoming obstacles. Now, this is saddle grade leather that we're going to wrap up this live stream with. This is saddle grade leather. It is it's hardcore. It's used for gun holsters. It's used for equestrian type applications with horses. It's not an easy leather to get through. But thank God we don't have that coating on there like the protected full grain leather when we're already battling the drag factor of that cotton thread. I'm hoping that we're going to be okay. Otherwise, if we see any skip stitching, we can blame it on the thread again because the machine is operating like a fine Swiss watch. It's operating. Well, maybe you should say. Let me say this: Melonie's machine is operating like a fine Brazilian watch, or like a fine French watch, like a Brazilian, French, American watch, because we don't have any Swiss in this machine. Thank goodness. We already have 3 countries in play with Melonie's Merritt 1872. We don't need a 4th country. We don't need Switzerland stepping in too and saying, hey, can I play? No, you can't play. We've already got France. We've already got Brazil. We've already got the United States of America. 3 countries is enough. Don't even come by us, Switzerland. Don't even come by us. Don't even come over here. Yeah, we don't need you. We don't need you. This is enough. So let's finish this off. I'll put on a little bit of music and we'll go around this. I'll probably lay down a zigzag and we'll go around this material, create a nice little tapestry, and then we'll wrap up this live stream at last. And I will put on, to put Melonie's mind at ease, I will put on a different thread and a brand new needle before I give this machine back to her on Monday. I'll put on some Coates & Clark 100% polyester thread, and I'll put on a brand new Schmetz needle so she won't have to battle this nasty cotton thread that can create challenges, as we've seen in this live stream today. Okay, so I'm going to go to about a 2.5. Since I'll be going around in a circle, I'll give myself a little bit more reaction time. I'm going to go to a 2.5 on a zigzag, almost 3. And then I'm going to adjust our stitch length down to 3 as well. So we've got basically right around 1, 2, almost 3 on the width, like 2 3/4. And we're right about at a little bit below 3 on the stitch length. This again is stitch length, stitch width, needle position. Okay. So we're going to see if we can get around this successfully. I'll put on a little bit of music and we'll wrap up this live stream. And thank you so much. I know how busy everyone is on a Saturday. Thank you so much for taking your valuable time. We had a wonderful turnout today to honor Melonie's Model 1872 Merritt machine. So that's always great when you have a great audience and we can celebrate a great machine like this. Okay, let's see here. Looking for music. Excuse me. All right, what choices do I have? What am I feeling? I've got Irish music. Irish music is always good. Marching music, dance music, Japanese music. I don't have any music from Brazil. I don't even know what kind of music they listen to in Brazil. I don't have any French music. Choices. I'll go with military marching. And the reason I'm choosing military marching music is because I think that this, considering the challenges that we put in front of this Merritt Model 1872, I think that Melonie's machine has really been a good soldier. I think that this machine has been a very, very good soldier and has taken on every challenge head on and said, I'm not afraid. I can get this done. And I think that that's worthy of soldier marching type music. So let me set that up and we'll finish off this live stream. All right, here we go. Merritt model 1872, sewing in a circle. Here we go. Well, I'm going to shut off the music and just say a beautiful way to wrap up this live stream. And I can look at these stitches and say only one time, as I was going around in a circle using this 100% cotton thread, only one time with all of this stitching, pulling that around and around and around, did we have one stitch that skipped by because of that cotton thread. And again, if we put this to work as far as polyester, no issues whatsoever. So that's really, I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that. We'll look at the stitching here, and then I'll recap the stitching we already did, and then clip, and then we'll wrap up this live stream. But again, if you decide to sew with cotton thread, I'm not saying poo-poo to cotton thread, but cotton thread is going to be best when you're only straight stitching. It's going to be best when you're only straight stitching. As soon as you go to needle swing, that kinetic loss of energy coupled with the drag that cotton thread gives you, unless you really are fortunate, you're going to have skip stitching issues. It's just going to come. So check out these stitches. Absolutely gorgeous. Like I say, as you're looking at these stitches on this saddle gray leather, zero in right on there, right where my finger is. That was the only time that thread prevailed against this great machine. Otherwise, absolutely gorgeous stitching all the way around. Top stitching and also the lock stitching as well. So it's okay to experience challenges when you're sewing. It teaches us new lessons, and it gives us new tools in our toolbox that we can then take out and pass along to other people so that they can understand why they're running into challenges. And sometimes it's something that they can overcome and they can adapt to. But beautiful lock stitching, beautiful top stitching on this pretty doggone thick saddle grade leather. And then on top of that, for this great Merritt machine, we also did all this other sewing as well during this live stream. We obviously sewed cotton near the very beginning. See that cotton thread is actually trying to grab my, you see that it grabbed my hand as I was going by, like, hey, cotton thread against this cotton, very happy. Very minimal things with very subtle adjustments to the tension. But cotton thread and cotton generally does a lot better than when you try to go into some of these other specialty materials that we sewed. Saddle grade leather, cotton, bubblegum material, 2 layers of that. Unless you go to a much bigger needle, if you want to use cotton thread, then you can probably pull it off. Same thing with this protected full grain leather. You can pull off a zigzag stitch on a larger scale on this kind of material, but I would go on scale up from 90-14 needle up to about a size 100 or maybe even a size 110 needle which equates to a size 18. And then you can still work with this cotton thread, and you can overcome some of those timing issues because the hole that needle will make is going to be bigger. It's going to reduce that drag factor. Then we also did a single layer of bubblegum material. Great outcome with that because we weren't battling that factor of creating that additional drag. Beautiful sewing on this velvet material as well. Also, this Naugahyde material. I was really kind of shocked doing a scale 3 zigzag on this Naugahyde material with it being vinyl based heavily, that we didn't have issues with this cotton thread creating extra drag and throwing off the hook timing. We also went through this leather, great outcome with that, and this cotton thread with this size 9014 needle. And then finally, we had great success going through these 6 layers of this weighted denim using this cotton thread and our 9014 Schmetz needle with beautiful, beautiful stitch outcomes. So we learn as we go sometimes because we don't sew this kind of material every single day. This is all we did on the live stream today. And then on top of that, with this great Schmetz needle, I did all of this off camera as well. All of this off camera, adding to our sew off sandwich. Here we had no stiffener. I just went through and sewed 2 real thin layers of this cotton and added that to the pile. More of this. This was all done on the same needle to show you how great these Schmetz needles are. All of this done on this cotton material with this stiffener as well. So when you add everything together to give you a new appreciation for the greatness of Schmetz needles and the greatness of this Merritt model 1872, this is what we did on and off camera on the same needle. I think that's pretty doggone impressive. Pretty doggone impressive. And, you know, a feather in my cap as far as preparing this machine for the live stream, and a feather in the cap is Schmetz needles as well, and making a product yet today that is just off the charts as far as quality. But that's a lot of sewing to say that this machine is ready to graduate from the workshop. And Melonie will be picking this machine up around 10 a.m. Central Time on Monday. And she'll be able to sit down and really enjoy this machine again. Again, there was a little bit of repair involved with this part failing and this part cracking. I showed that to you at the beginning of the live stream. This part that literally sheared off. But she's a happy girl now, and she's demonstrating her greatness. She's demonstrating her greatness over and over again, in spite of the limitations that, or the challenges that this cotton thread is posing in trying to mess around with hook timing. So realize as you go from one thread to another, the drag factor can influence the outcome of how your machine does. And if you're really determined to sew with a certain setup, slow yourself way down. So slow yourself way down, and you're going to have more success even with a difficult setup, because you're going to allow a little bit more tolerance with that drag factor to allow that hook to do its job and come in close to that scarf and catch that thread before that nasty cotton thread sneaks by. That's what happens. It sneaks by sometimes. All right. Well, thank you again to the owner. Thank you to all of you for taking time out of your busy weekend to join us on a holiday weekend. And thank you to the leadership team for taking such great care of the family, through these live streams that run hours and hours and hours, because I just don't know when to shut up. I give you a lot of good stuff. I give you a lot of good information, and I think our time together is well spent. So God bless you all. Take care, and have a safe rest of your holiday weekend, please. Be safe out there. Take care. Yep, bye. All right, let's turn this machine around. Herr Obermeister, help me lift this thing, would you? He's like, do it yourself, buddy. You've been working out. All right, let's see here. All of these sew-offs. Oh my gosh. Why do I love Schmetz needles? Here you go. Here you go, right there. Unbelievable. And no, I'm not going to give up on cotton thread. Cotton thread produces a beautiful stitch on most materials. Most materials, it does a fabulous job. But certain materials, it has issues because of that drag. Who am I talking to right now? I have no idea. That's really beautiful too, isn't it? Yeah. All right, let's just put all that there. Right there. Just stay there. Stay there. All right, let's end with some music. Let's end with some music as people are saying their goodbyes. And yeah, have a great weekend. Great weekend.
That was easy. That was easy. That was easy. That was easy.
Ha ha ha!